Good morning. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg from the 136th District Town of Westport, co-chair of the Public Health Committee. We are here today and what may be our last day of JFing bills out of committee. But before we do, we are going to take a brief recess and we'll be back with you hopefully in 15 to 20 minutes. Let me use the gavel. We are recessed, if that's the right word. We will now call the meeting back to order. Once again, I am State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Public Health Committee. We are about to start our meeting. Please mute everyone who's not muted. Your speaker. Okay. Here we go. I will now recognize my esteemed co-chair, Senator Anwar. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. And as Representative Steinberg had suggested, there's a pretty good chance that this would be our last JF meeting. I know I'm sure most of us and Representative Steinberg is going to thank many of our team members. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank a number of individuals who have done amazing work in a very short session with a very complex bills and the large volume of bills. I wanted to first thank our administrator, Beverly Henry, for keeping it together and organizing us in such a manner which seems seamless. So we cannot thank you enough for that. And I also wanted to thank our LCOs, both Eileen Lawler Parker and Nick Panzarella, who have done work that I don't know how they do it. If you look at the volume of the work and the hours in the day, it's nothing short of miraculous. And they do it with a smile too. So which is amazing. So I cannot thank you enough. And I know with all the bills, it's amazing. With OLR Representative Nicole, as well as James Orlando, both of you have been very helpful in providing us the information, and the Public Health Committee staff, including Dallas, Kathleen, Dave, and David. Thank you for being part of these long hearings and keeping us organized as well. And I also would not miss the opportunity to thank my esteemed co-chair, Representative Steinberg. Takes complex things and makes them simple. It's a gift that he has, and I hope to be able to learn that from him, and it keeps the meeting moving in an efficient manner. And our ranking members, including Senator Summers, Senator Wong, and Dr. Pettit. Thank you for enriching every bill and making sure that we are looking at things from all different angles. Your presence, your involvement truly enhances us to be better. And I cannot thank you enough. We may not agree on everything, but at least we know that you're always coming from a place of responsibility and commitment to our state. And Dr. Pettit, happy Doctor's Day to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Longer than usual, but I wanted to take this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I was unaware that this was Doctor's Day. We should all love our doctors. And let me let me reiterate the comments of Senator Anwar, particularly as it relates to our amazing staff, who probably at various points during this session wondered how they got into this situation. I don't think the public necessarily fully can appreciate what goes into not simply bringing off hearings or committee meetings, but all the work that goes on behind the scenes. And you know, I would not say we legislators make writing laws look easy by any stretch of the imagination, if you're paying attention here. But I don't think you can appreciate how hard it is to write good law. And we can't do that without our lawyers and the Office of Legislative Research staff and any number of other experts we bring to play to get to the point where we can actually talk intelligently or semi-intelligently about bringing change to the state of Connecticut. We are just tremendously blessed by a staff that is not only professional, they are patient and understanding and offer us oftentimes very good advice that makes things better. And, you know, I particularly want to call out our administrator, Bev Henry, who, frankly, I don't think I could do my job without her, purely and simply. And I also want to thank my co-chair, Senator Anwar, who has stepped in as co-chair seemingly willingly and has done a tremendous job. And I really appreciate his comments about my making things seem simple. I think being simple-minded helps. And I'm just very appreciative of all the work we've done this session. And even though we're going to conclude ideally with moving bills today, I just want to remind everybody our work here is not done. We have many bills that are works in process, and we're counting on all members of this committee to contribute to refining those bills so that if and when they reach the floor of the chambers, they are really good legislation that we can all be proud of. And without further ado, I will hand off to Representative Pettit for a good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I echo Senator Anwar's, Dr. Anwar. I am muted. Senator Anwar, Dr. Anwar's comments, and would also like to thank Adam Johnson and James Rocco from our staff for their help during a different kind of session when we're partly here and partly away, and thank the 10 other members of the House and Senate caucus for their participation. And the only comment I would make about the bills is that I think in many ways we are in agreement with the concepts presented and differ on the approach that should be taken. So I suspect we'll continue to have lively discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's what makes a horse race. Senator Summers, good morning.
Good morning. I am attending via Zoom this morning, but I want to echo the sentiments that were presented by both Representative Steinberg and Senator Anwar on the staff. It is a daunting job to put all of our ideas and concerns into legislation that's in legalese that actually conforms and makes sense. There's many times when we as leadership of the Public Health Committee want to do something and our LCO attorney has to say, well, this is not possible and you have to figure out how you can do it this way to conform with the law with the input that we have. Being on leadership of the Public Health Committee, this is my, I guess, sixth year, and it's amazing. Thank you, Senator Anwar, for stepping in. It was great to work with you this session. And I do believe that many of us have a lot of the same ideas on this committee. And it's great that we were able to push forward so many bills in this short session. I do believe that many of us have the best intentions. We might have different approaches, but we all, regardless of who the person is or what party they come from, we're all focused on the best in public health. So I think it's a great team to work with. The bills today we have, some of them are personally for me critically important that we are able to get out. And I expect some lively discussion today based on just sort of the approach to certain issues, but not the issues themselves. So I look forward to getting started. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And last but not least, Senator Wong, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would echo the sentiments shared by all the previous leaders. And a special thanks to the administrator, Beverly Henry, for keeping us all on track with votes and all that, especially in this unique hybrid system that we have. So, but I'll leave the biggest and most complimentary thing to say is to the people, the public, that have waited many hours and for number 155 at 1 a.m. in the morning, who have diligently waited to testify, to give their viewpoints, where we as a public process and transparency listen to the people who have testified and offer their viewpoints. I want to give a big acknowledgement and thank you to them because we've had some very, very long hearings. And for those people that have given up their day and time to testify, to offer their viewpoints, I want to compliment them and thank them for being part of this process. With that said, I'm eager to get going. We are the Public Health Committee, which is an area that I take great pride in, that we are looking at the greater good of public health for our state's residents. And I'll close by simply also saying my thoughts and prayers to Senator Abrams and her health and recovery. We missed her this legislative session, so my thoughts and prayers to her and her family as well.
Thank you, Senator Wong, and thank you particularly for those last sentiments. We all feel that way. Without further ado, we will get today to today's agenda. First item on today's agenda is Senate Bill 450, an act concerning Connecticut Valley and Whitening Forensic Hospitals. This is a JFS. Is there a motion?
So
Moved
So
by
moved.
Representative Gilchrist,
Second.
Second.
by Representative Pettit. For those in the listening audience who are unfamiliar with what this bill is about, this is, I won't say the culmination, but an important step forward in addressing a huge problem that has existed for maybe decades at Connecticut Valley and Whitening Forensic Hospitals, and only became really top of mind awareness for we in the legislature after a horrific exposure of not only abuse of a patient resident, but of other, let's just say, abominable practices by people at the facility. And thanks particularly to Senator Summers, who jumped on this and displayed tremendous investigative skills. This committee really attempted to understand the depth and breadth of the problem and took action to see that we not only remedied the dire circumstances for people there, but that we put Whitening on a more appropriate path going forward. And we are only really in the early stages of this path. Today, the bill you see before us is the result of recommendations from a task force that the Public Health Committee commissioned really during the pandemic, and they've had a struggle through that period of time. We have not necessarily taken them up on all the recommendations, and some of the recommendations are in and of themselves difficult and thorny to deal with. The most important of which is that we hope to be able to design and build a new facility, because one of the things that was so obvious is that the existing facility is not suitable in any sense of the word. It does, I mean, to suggest it doesn't provide quality of life is an understatement. It is perhaps not even humane, and that's one of the things that we need to work on. But there are other recommendations here which relate to really effectively the humane treatment of residents, patients, that we hope will change circumstances there. And I should add that a number of changes have already transpired over recent years. Things are somewhat better than they were. It's very difficult to change a culture very quickly. But part of what we're talking about today touches on the legal system, the justice system, which is not necessarily perfectly within this committee's lane. And I would not be surprised if the Judiciary Committee needs to weigh in on this legislation. But it has to also do with, one might argue, outdated ways in which we deal with people who have come through the legal system with clear instances of mental instability and find themselves in a difficult circumstance being at Whiting, and oftentimes are not availed what we would typically describe as their rights. And this is a struggle for us. This is not the end of the story, but I think everybody in this committee, even if we may have differences on some of the language, should be very proud that at least we are seriously addressing a problem that had to be addressed. And I'll leave it at that. I know there is some concerns with some language in this bill, but we must take action. We must move the ball forward. We must take care of these people so they are not forgotten. And I will leave it at that and open it up for questions. We'll start with Representative Linehan, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank you and your co-chairs and ranking members for their diligent work on this bill. It is extremely, extremely important. And it's clear, based on testimony in this committee, multiple indictments and convictions surrounding Whiting Forensic, that more must be done to protect patients in state care. And I'd also like to thank the task force and their work and suggestions on how to protect those patients in state care. But you're right, Mr. Chairman, I do have some concerns regarding this legislation, specifically sections 7 and 8, which attempt to update the day pass process. I do believe it falls short of the good intentions of this committee and the task force. And I'd like to offer some ideas and some background information. Just this week, a Portland man was charged in 3 separate homicides in that city for wounding three and killing 3 others in random attacks. A 39-year-old man was found shot, another 35-year-old man and a 55-year-old man. All 3 were found shot in their cars and in a park. And this gentleman is also accused of 3 non-fatal shootings. And that all happened during the time that he was given a short-term pass of 120 days. He had previously spent at least a decade committed to psychiatric care in federal custody after he was found not guilty by reason of insanity in 2007 for illegally having a gun as a felon. But all of these murders and non-fatal shootings occurred when he was on conditional release. Up to 120 days. So his order and date by a team that found that his mental condition had improved enough for him to be stabilized and be able to go out on that leave. And this is not actually an isolated incident. As we know the story of Jessica Short, a 9-year-old here in Connecticut, who was killed in 1989 by a random act of violence by someone who walked off of the grounds. And, you know, as someone who has been an advocate for the mentally ill, and I've been really focused on mental health care, it's not to say that I believe that anyone that has a mental health issue is inherently dangerous. I don't believe that to be true, and I don't necessarily believe that to be true for anyone who is found to be given that it's necessary to give them a day pass. However, we also need to realize that day passes for vulnerable patients of psychiatric hospitals can also have dangerous and even fatal consequences for the patients themselves. In Maryland, a man named Joseph Bauer, a 61-year-old with schizophrenia, who was a long-term inpatient at the state-run psychiatric hospital, was given multiple day passes, 2-hour passes a few times a month, where he was allowed to go with his father and sister. However, in 2017, just hours after going on one of those day passes, Joe Bauer died from acute hyponatremia. I hope the doctors on the committee realize I'm saying that correctly, I hope. But a federal report later faulted the hospital for failing to ensure that he was actually stable enough to receive that pass. And that is not the only time that a psychiatric patient who is given a pass was killed or hurt. In 2012, a young Louisiana patient on a 10-day pass, he overpowered the hospital psychologist traveling with him, and he jumped out of the van, ran through 7 lanes of traffic, and was fatally hit by a tow truck. A subsequent government report revealed that there was no documentation of a recent risk assessment for the minor, who was diagnosed with ADHD and being assessed for bipolar disorder. In 2014, a Staten Island man he admitted to bludgeoning his mother to death with an iron several years earlier, but was given a day pass, and then he failed to return. He was subsequently arrested 3 months later out in North Carolina. I understand that day passes are an important part of treatment, but there needs to be some guardrails surrounding that. After the death of Joe Bauer in Maryland, the Maryland Department of Health and Mental Hygiene instituted a new policy, and that was approved by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and it went into effect in 2017, but it requires that specific questions about a patient's condition be answered satisfactorily by staff members before a day pass is granted. And if we look at further into that, the federal report for that, they cited them for a failure to ensure he was stable enough to receive an overnight pass. So as we're looking at this, we can look at sections 7 and 8, and nothing in this legislation guarantees, or even at the very best outlines, a process by which a patient should be evaluated, must be evaluated. And it doesn't determine a set of criteria by which to make that decision. And that is exactly what led to Maryland and Louisiana being found negligent in their government reports. It also leaves that determination to one single person, and it eliminates any checks and balances in determining public and patient safety. Now, we are here because of the staff shortfalls in Whitening forensic, but what this legislation is doing is placing far too much trust in the head of an institution, which in the same legislation also determines a need for oversight. So I think that those two don't exactly match up. In 2017, the Maryland Department of Health instituted a new policy that requires, like I said, specific questions answered satisfactorily by multiple staff members. But I believe that there is also additional references which could be used to outline the way that day passes, night passes, or extended passes are granted. And that is the Violence Risk Appraisal Guide, which is designed for use in these forensic settings. But nothing in this legislation actually does that. So I recognize that documented that day passes, it's well documented that it can be beneficial to the treatment of people and the reintegration into society. However, we need to institute guardrails. So I am formally requesting, I don't have an amendment today, I'm not looking to do that, but I would like to put on the record that I believe that these two sections, sections 7 and 8, need to be reevaluated before final passage on the floor. And we need to institute in very specific language what we believe would be the guardrails to ensure not just the public safety, but the patient safety during a day pass situation, what constitutes an ability for a day pass. And we also need to ensure that it's not just left up to one person. In the report done by the task force, there was one doctor who dissented, who believed that there should be a process by which the victims should have a say in whether or not a person can go out on a day pass or is conditionally released. I do believe that that is important. However, I believe that that is secondary to first ensuring the safety of not only the patient, but the public. So again, I do ask, Mr. Chairman, that there is conversation continuing that would ultimately put guidelines, very specific guidelines, into that section, so we can determine ways that a day pass, a night pass, or a long-term pass is instituted out of Whitening Forensic. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll send that back to you, but thank you for giving me the time to speak my piece.
Thank you, Representative. You make some good points that we have discussed in this committee. We want to be careful about exposing the public to people who we know have been violent in the past, and we don't want to put them in a circumstance where we could have bad outcomes. And by suggesting that we might improve on this bill, and indeed this is a work in process, that if we get out of committee, we'll probably have some refinements before we would vote as a legislature. I want to make it clear, not only to thank the Whitening Task Force for all their good work over a period of years, but also to suggest that by critiquing their recommendations, that by no means is any suggestion on our part that we are not appreciative of these recommendations. They did a tremendous amount of work, talked to a lot of people, particularly at the facility, and came to these conclusions with a lot of forethought. The mere fact that we may sound as if we are second guessing the recommendations, I don't think is necessarily the case. I think this is really more of a matter that we want to assure that appropriate protections, guardrails, as the good representative put it, are in place to assure everybody's safety. So I think it is virtually certain that we will have those conversations should this bill get out of committee. I don't think we necessarily want to dictate to those with authority and responsibility precisely what they must or must not do, but we certainly are within our purview to suggest that they must consider these things and give us confidence, give us peace of mind that anybody who's released even temporarily is appropriate for so, and that the protections are in place. So very much appreciate your comments, Representative. I think there are other members of this committee who concur with you. Next up is Senator Summers, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to first thank the task force for putting 2 years and countless hours into coming up with their recommendations on this particular situation that we have here in the state of Connecticut. I also would like to make sure that people knew that folks who sat on that committee, one of them was is a Yale trained nurse, former veteran, actually was our Commissioner of Veterans Affairs here in the state of Connecticut, and also the Deputy Secretary under Obama for Veterans Affairs. She's well versed in running facilities and has a great depth of knowledge, and I want to thank her personally. She was a driving force in looking at this facility and trying to develop a modern way to treat those who are in the state's care due to being committed either civilly or through the NGRI process. In no way does this committee or the intent of this legislation mean to allow anyone who is a high risk or vulnerable in their actions to be released from this facility. That is not the intent. I know that there is, been some talk of that, and I want to assure the victims and family members of victims of those who have committed terrible acts that have been now put in the state's care, that that is not the intent of this legislation. There are also people that are civilly committed at Whitening Forensic at that facility right now. I hear Representatives Lenahan's concerns on Section B of this legislation. I certainly am committed to working forward. I do not want to dictate to the superintendent what the criteria should be. I think that we could look and speak to them as to what their current criteria is at the PSRB, and also what the criteria would be, some of the things that they would consider if that superintendent, who is a medical forensic doctor, would authorize a temporary leave. I'd also like to put in perspective that a temporary leave could be 2 hours, clearly under supervision, taking a walk in a park. So temporary leave does not mean that you are released into society with no safeguards. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear. This is something that I am committed to working on to get better definitions so people feel more comfortable. The reason that we're looking at these types of things is because of what we have learned about the atmosphere at Whitening Forensic, what we have learned about the processes of Whitening Forensic, how the PSRB has worked at Whitening Forensic. We are one of 2 states left in the nation that have a PSRB. What we can do to look at their mission and their focus on a PSRB. So those who can improve in their mental health, those that can possibly have another chance at life, are under conditions that are humane. If you visit the facility, you will understand when I'm speaking about keeping into perspective a mission of modernization of how we deal with those with mental illness, but always, and I underscore always, taking the victims and the public safety into consideration and weighing them and balancing them more appropriately. So that's what this bill is trying to do. And we are open to making stronger or more specific requirements as this bill moves forward. And I'm hoping that it will continue to at least get out of committee so we can continue this conversation. And I think it's very, very important that Connecticut, when we're working with Yale and probably the best forensic medical providers in the world, that we are the showcase for how things should be and can be for both those who are civilly committed, those are people that have not committed any crimes, and those who have been found not guilty because of insanity. And we have clinicians all over talking about mental health, and they come from this state. We really need to have a facility that we can be proud of, the way that we treat those who are in this particular situation, and what their life looks like if they are to stay there forever. If you visit this facility now, not only for the patients that are there, because these are patients now, but for the people who have to work at this facility every day, the men and women that go there that are the FTOs or the FTEs, and those who are the nurses or the physicians that work there. It is a facility that when you visit, if you had an animal shelter in your town, it would be, I would consider, a nicer facility than what this is. And, going there day in and day out, for those who have to work there, there are issues for those who work there with themselves getting depressed, themselves feeling like this is not a positive work environment. And you can see that when you visit this facility. as I said before, this is something that you imagine like a third world penal center to look like. And we can do better than that in the state of Connecticut. For both those who are, as I said, civilly committed, there are people that go to this facility awaiting trial that have to get a competency trial. So it is important that we change the culture, the atmosphere, the facility, that those who work with these patients that are oftentimes very difficult and time consuming and exhausting have a decent and acceptable place to go to work. And also that we are always keeping in mind the risk for those who have been victimized by some, that victims have the right to weigh in. All of those things are still under consideration. This bill does not get rid of oversight in any way. And I just want to make sure that that's clear. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me talk for a little bit.
Thank you, Senator. And certainly we would avail you of as much time as you need, but particularly since you have been so instrumental in bringing us to this point. I do think on behalf of the entire committee, we want to thank you for your hard work and passion and dedication to getting to the bottom of the problem and also setting us on this path. I think you bring up one of the other subjects that was troubling to us in terms of the testimony. The working group had recommended that we should potentially abolish the PSRB. I think we learned a lot during the hearing that they still play an important role in assuring that the public is protected, but maybe have not had an adequate focus on those they need to be protected from, how that person also has rights, and that we need perhaps to establish a complementary function, or at least informing the PSRB about considerations that have to do with the patient resident, or equity as we call it, themselves. And that's something we're still going to be working on to make sure we strike the right balance and perhaps speed up the process by which we evaluate the workings of the PSRB and they come back to this legislature and this committee with recommendations on how to proceed. Next up is Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too am thankful that Senator Summers and the leadership of this committee brought this forward. I was not as familiar with Whitening and the ongoings there, and have learned a lot through this process. So I am grateful that this is on the forefront and something that we're really trying to tackle. I guess just for my own clarification, and I wanted to ask this at the public hearing, and when I wanted to ask it, I guess the people that could have answered it were probably already had testified. Could you just tell me, just again for my own clarification, who is in charge of Whitening? So I when I think of it, like if I look at, a prison or something, they have a warden or deputy warden. Who is that? Not that they're a warden, but who is that person at Whitening?
Thank you for the question. First of all, to be clear, the entire facility is under the aegis of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. DEMAS has responsibility for the facility and for arranging for the leadership and the contracting with medical professionals. Much has been said about the contract with Yale, which provides a lot of the medical expertise and leadership there. No, there is not a warden per se. There is somebody in charge who I believe performs at the goodwill and grace of DEMAS. So DEMAS is responsible for putting that person into place, who then interacts with the medical staff and others to provide both care and to assure security. If that answers your question.
Thank you. It does. So, I understand falling under DEMAS and the Yale contract, but there is one person that's kind of in charge or oversees Whitening that's at the facility. And I guess my question all along has been, why has this not been taken care of? If there's somebody there, why have they not been held accountable to these horrible things that have been going on? I know in other departments or places, there's always somebody accountable. And I just have not seen that here. And I find that quite amazing, to be honest.
You know, Representative, many have asked that question over recent years as many of the excesses have been revealed. I think oftentimes we all wonder, how could they not know? How could they not have seen what was going on? I think some of it can be attributed to a culture that simply got used to treating the people there in a certain fashion. And when there were no dissenting voices, it became acceptable. And I think there were probably people who were uncomfortable with that treatment, but didn't feel comfortable coming forward in a variety of ways. I don't think we can necessarily excuse the individuals involved, and many of them are not there anymore, who were responsible for the worst of the abuses. And I don't think we necessarily want to give a clean bill to those who should have known or might have had some inclinations and chose not to act. We would never expect the kind of things that happened there to ever have happened. So you gotta wonder what happened during that period of time. All I can say is, in theory, we're past that now. We have people in place that hopefully we can trust, but more importantly, we are instituting the kind of accountability and transparency that means regardless of who specifically is in charge, that these kind of things can't happen again. That's our belief. But as we've said before, and Senator Summers said, changing a culture is much harder than that. That's not something that happens overnight. And even though there's a lot of new personnel there and there are new rules in place, it's going to take some time.
And thank you for clarifying that. And okay,
I've been advised that Senator Summers might be able to help you with that answer. So I'm going to defer to her for a moment.
Yes, thank you. The way that it works, just so everybody's clear, is Demas is in charge of the facility, which is a state facility. I'm not going to call it a hospital because it doesn't deserve to be called that. But it is actually run through a contract by physicians at Yale. So what happens is if during an accusation of abuse, so to speak, the superintendent is a Yale MD, the medical director who's running it. So they don't work for the state of Connecticut, they work for Yale. And I think that's one of the issues that we need to look at going forward, because whoever's running that facility, I feel, should be accountable to the state of Connecticut when the state of Connecticut is, in essence, paying for that position through a contract with Yale. So if something happens, that person does not work for the state of Connecticut, they work for Yale. And one of the issues we have is that, you know, I believe part of the reason that this was done is because in 2007, the hospital, or Whitening, ran into other problems and they were under a Department of Justice, I can't think of the term that it's called, where they lay down the law and say, you must comply with this, this, and this. I think it's a consent order, actually. So they had to work with a university to try to upgrade things from 2007, and they contracted with Yale. But in the state of Connecticut, we want to hold people accountable, and we are not really able to do that when the person running the actual facility, granted, Demas is ultimately in charge, but they don't work for the state of Connecticut. They work for Yale University. The reason I've been told that that is the case is because Connecticut has a cap on salaries, and a clinician would be earning a salary that is above the cap. Therefore, we must hire them through a contracted service. That is something that I think we should look at in the future on this committee, and also look at that contract, because there are not many deliverables within that contract. So that is sort of a nutshell of how it works. So Demas is ultimately in charge, but you have somebody who is not a state of Connecticut employee running a facility that should be a hospital, but I wouldn't call it that.
Thank you,
Great.
Senator, for that clarification. I must add that Demas hasn't and will assert that even though they are from Yale, that they are state employees. But I think the point you make about the contract and sort of the murkiness related to the relationships is something that we should look at. That contract is still in effect, so we'd be talking about when any such a renewal would take place. We have some time in which we can evaluate what are the deliverables as you described and the reporting relationships and the accountability. But I will say that Demas on a number of occasions has suggested they are effectively employees of the state in the role that they serve. Representative?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chairman. If you look at the contract, it is a little very cloudy. I would, by looking at it, it clearly, they do not look like they are state employees, but we can talk about that at a later time.
The fact that it's not clear is a problem in and of itself, and that's what we really want to get to. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Summers, for that answer. And the bottom line is that just there needs to be accountability, as we all agree, and somebody has to be accountable. So whether it's the person there that's in charge and ultimately Demas. So thank you for those answers.
And thank you for highlighting that particular subject, which has concerned all of us. Representative Pettit, followed by Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I echo a number of the comments. This is a work in progress. We need to make further changes. I would point out that I think it will be important from a broad philosophical point of view to draw out the lines between who is responsible for the mental health and the people who are at Whitening or Dutcher to get better from a mental health point of view, whether they're criminally committed or otherwise, versus a group that's responsible for protecting public safety, which we have always thought was under the responsibility of the PSRB. In addition, several people have mentioned victims, and I think as much as possible, they need to have some input. They often feel like the forgotten folks when someone is sentenced for a heinous crime, and not all are there for that, as several people have noted. But if someone has been murdered or someone is still suffering from severe PTSD, it's difficult for them to have input. Obviously impossible for someone who's been murdered. So it's important for their families and friends and advocates to also have some input into the process so that the victims' voices are heard. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Representative. I think we all should take a moment to acknowledge the victims as well. Oftentimes the crimes that are associated with the people at Whitening are truly heinous, and the victims and their families have a right for their considerations to be acknowledged as well. And we will continue to have ongoing conversations about how we can make sure victims' points of view are integrated into the accountability and some of the decision making. And I also appreciate your comments relating to the presumption that even people accused of extremely violent acts are there because of their mental instability, and there should be some presumption that they might get better in some fashion, that they are not hopeless. That's why they're at that facility, not simply to be incarcerated. And that's an important distinction, which seems to have not been fully developed in terms of the protocols for how people are dealt with there, and really needs to be focused on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Carpino, followed by Representative Berger-Gervalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few points, and I really want to align myself with some of my colleagues who already spoke. For those who've never walked that facility, I really encourage members to do so. What happened there wasn't an abuse. It was simply inhumane. It was disgusting what happened to the individuals who were there under our care as a state for treatment. And you're spot on, Mr. Chairman. The folks there are there because they need help, and it is our obligation to treat them with hopes that they will recover. But with that said, I do have concerns with this bill. I will support it for today, but I do hope the day pass and the conditional pass issue is looked at in more detail. The good woman from Cheshire brought up some of the very concerns that I have. I've spoken to victims who had real serious concerns, called me in fear from another state. There are significant differences between supervised releases when it is supervised by a professional versus being released into the care of friends or family. And I want to make sure that there are guidelines in place. I understand wanting to reintegrate individuals who are in recovery for their conditions into the public, and I think that is a laudable goal and one we should all have. However, time and time again in this General Assembly, I don't think our victims get the due that sadly they're entitled to through no fault of their own. I represent a community close to Whitening, which is why I took these abuses so seriously and made the time and the effort to walk those halls. I want to see these individuals recover, but I also believe that I have an obligation to the victims. And I do hope that if this bill reaches the floor, that there are going to be additional safeguards for the victims before it leaves the General Assembly. And I also just want to make one point, and Mr. Chairman, you brought it up, but I think it bears repeating. There are folks in Middletown for different reasons. Not everybody there who needs treatment has committed a horrific act. And I do think that we need to be careful, and I don't want to see anyone make an honest mistake in assuming that not everybody there has committed a horrific crime. There are some folks there who have been civilly committed, and I do think that we need to make that distinction. And I don't want to see anybody make an honest mistake when referring to the population there. We have to do much better. We have a number of aging facilities in our state. We really should be looking at the Veterans Facility in Rocky Hill, if you want to talk about facilities who serve some of our residents that need to be updating. But I agree that Whitening needs to be addressed as well. But we need to put protections in place before this leaves the General Assembly. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you for the point you made that, it's way too easy for us to focus on those individuals who have committed the worst crimes. It's sort of the headline grabbing approach that we're all susceptible to, but people are there for a variety of reasons. And we should not presume that everybody there needs to be protected. The public needs to be protected from that kind of understanding that each individual has their own rights and their own course to recovery is what Whitening ought to be about. And hopefully we can help accomplish that. Representative Berger Gervalo, followed by Representative Claritas Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I've heard a single point made this morning that didn't make perfect sense to me from any of my colleagues. For the reasons that we all witnessed in the hearing, this was perhaps one of the heaviest in terms of emotional impact that I've been through, and looking around at the faces in the hearing of my colleagues, I think that was pretty universal. I would like to see this bill move out of committee, but of course I would also want to see where this goes, what language could be changed, particularly around the leaves and that conversation, without us dictating how that happens. Obviously, none of us in the, or most of us in this room, are not qualified to be able to inform that. I do appreciate the reminder that while perhaps it cannot currently be classified as a hospital, at least not in the way that we would expect it to be, whatever it is that we do should lead to being able to earnestly and with an understanding of what a hospital is meant to do, that we could refer to it that way without having to qualify it. I definitely want to thank Senator Summers for her work on this. I also would like, and her leadership in this, because being able to answer questions as we ask them is one thing, but also being able to guide us calmly to the end of this, I think is a critical piece of what she's done. And I also want to thank Rep. Linehan for pointing out the things that I think maybe frighten each of us about sending this forward. So I will be supporting today, and I do look forward to the language that could potentially come. And I am critically aware of the inhumane treatment, as well as how we have to protect not only those in the hospital, but those who may be affected by the release of any of the potential patients. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative, for those comments. Representative Claridis Deetria, followed by Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this bill today out of committee. I think it's truly a small step in the bigger picture of the things that need to change in this facility. It's moving us in the right direction, but we need to continue next session and probably the session after to move this forward. There's no excuse, in my opinion, for these to happen, for these situations to happen with our medical professionals, with anything in this facility this day and age. There's too much to lose for these people, and these people rely on us for us to be their voices to fix these things that they're going through. We can do better. We must do better. I know many people have done hours and hours of work, so I thank everybody who worked on this bill. I have not visited Whiting yet, but I'm planning on in the future. Representative Cabros-Drago and I decided we'd like to go and see it, and I encourage anybody that hasn't been there or visited to please visit. I think a scheduled visit would be much different than a unplanned visit, and I think that's really important for us to let people know that those are the important things to do as well. But again, thank you for my colleagues who worked hard on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Anwar, followed by Representative Cabros-Drago, followed by Representative Betts.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, each and everyone who has weighed in on this bill, who is weighing quite a bit on each and every one of us. I just wanted to clarify a couple of thoughts and try to help understand some of the issues. Now, there was a central case which brought to light what has been going on within Whiting, and that was of Bill Shehadi. I think that's part of the abuse that was there. And when you have a task force to look at that aspect, the task force was given the responsibility to look at all the problems that were there in exam, and they have done very critical work and have put in God knows how many hours into trying to help give us some guidance what to do. But the lens was about the abuse and the wrong that has happened within the facility. And their feeling was that the PSRBs were part of the problem because there was no way out for anyone in that situation. And that was focused on the society heavily. And I can understand and I can empathize with that. But at the same time, that resulted in a situation where there was zero hope for any of the patients, even if there was an opportunity for improvement. And then that results in human phenomena of becoming abusive towards those individuals, and especially because of the ratios and the work environment and the lack of support in that environment and supportive staff. And that combination led to amongst other things. So that's why they're asking for the PSRBs to be removed, because their prism is to try and make sure to strike a balance. And that's what gives somewhat of an anxiety to some of the individuals, some of us, myself included, about the society's safety, the victim's safety, and balancing that with the patient's wellness and future. And I think that's why having a check and balances and the guardrails is important. And that's why this bill is a good starting point, but it's not the end point, as many of us have already alluded to that. And when we have a responsibility to make sure that we continue to make sure that the victims are protected and the society is protected at large, because things can go wrong. And that's why you need people with that specialty, with that mindset, to be able to look at things and then have the checks and balances. And I also wanted to emphasize what Senator Summers had said about the Yale contract. Now, even though right now Jose Credo, who is a Demas employee who is managing the facility, he's no longer, he's not a Yale employee right now. So that may have been fixed, but there still is a Yale contract. And then we need to find that navigation about what are the expectations with that Yale contract? What are going to be the areas of assessing the value and quality and services. So those are really some of the things that the committee has spoken of. It was a very frank report, that they did not mince their words. They were very clear, understood, and they have spoken. And I think in this path, we will most likely have at least one bill in the next 3 to 4 sessions on this issue going forward, because this is beginning to fix this legislatively, and it's going to take a longer time, but this is actually a first step. And in this first step, there are some areas of adjustment and opportunity that we will all have to work towards. Thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. I think the words you use, striking a balance, checks and balances, reflects the fact that even though the imperatives of taking care of the public and taking care of the individual are very clear, the actual process by which we do that is quite nuanced and complicated. And we should admit, as legislators, we are not expert in these issues, and in fact are dependent on the experts that are hired to make these decisions. But it is our responsibility to make sure that they are taking into consideration these factors that we've been wrestling with, and that's indeed our objective. Representative Cabarrus de Graaf, followed by Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to start by saying I am so impressed with the work that's been put into this bill, because this is one of the most comprehensive things that I think we're looking at, and the most complicated. I found the hearing so disturbing, and then I thought about it after the fact, and frankly, we should be disturbed. This is a difficult topic, whether it's the fact that we're hearing from victims of violent crimes, that have very real fears, whether it's hearing from some of the people who are, living at Whitening. I was especially moved by the testimony of the Marine who's been there for, 40 plus years at this point. I think that when you talk about that delicate balance, that's what we're really talking about. And for the people who are working there, and as you said, we're not experts in this specific, realm. And so we have to do the best that we can. I don't think, we try to make the best bills we can, right? And this is perhaps not a perfect bill, but it is a step forward, and there have to be steps forward, because we know what happened there, the lack of humanity that was shown. We know that there continue to be problems, and we are going to have to find our way forward. And as many have said, it's not just today, it is next year and probably years thereafter, because this has not been done as well as it could be for a very long time. And there's such a significant amount of work to unpack all of those pieces. So my kudos to Senator Summers for her work on this, my kudos to other colleagues. As Representative Clara Citria said, we plan on visiting. I hope others will join us, because I think it's hard to get a sense. I mean, we had a taste of that in the hearing, seeing people coming in and out of those facilities, but I don't think we can really imagine it from the colleagues who've spoken about their visits. I think that that's been immensely helpful. But I think that to inform our work better, we need to do that. So I will be voting this out of committee today. I do hope that there are some improvements we can make prior to it getting on the floor, and perhaps some of these visits and other discussions will inform that. But I am grateful that we are moving forward, and that so much work has been done on this issue and will continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And indeed, we will be having further conversations, and almost certainly an amendment before the bill is voted on the floor. Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in no way do I want this to be taken in a negative sense, because everybody has expressed deep concern and a deep sense of urgency in trying to improve the situation. But I've been listening to everybody, but I've also been trying to think what it's like to be a resident there or a staff person. And I think if I, pardon me, if I were reading an article about what the legislature had done in this particular area, I'd be asking myself, well, what's changed? Why did it take 2 years to come up with a set of recommendations? And it sounds like this is a beginning start, and it's a good one. What I think is missing is we're going to get together in July or whenever, and if we can do something before the next session comes up, we should do it. We should not be waiting for another session before something could be implemented that meets the needs and desires of the patients and the staff. I really, really hope that once we adjourn, that's not the end of this work, that in fact, something can be implemented while we're out of session. And we're all on the same page. We are all deeply concerned, but my concern is the amount of time that it takes to implement things that we all know must be done. May not be perfect, but it's certainly got to be on the top of everybody's priority list. Because I fear there are going to be a lot of people who just say, you can't do anything more than this after what's transpired. I think we have tried to do that. I just want to ask that everybody make a commitment to get their leaders, the governor, everybody to say, look, if we can do something between now and the next session, we should do it. They live it on a daily basis. They work on a daily basis. And I know we all unified care deeply, but I really, really ask that we just don't, at the end of the session, we just don't miss opportunities to do some common sense things or wait for an act of the legislature. I think most people would agree with that. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Representative. I do think most people would agree with that. To just put it in context, this is not the first step. The first step was to address the real urgent problem there. 40 employees were fired at that time because of the abuses and many of the other things that were going on that simply were inappropriate, if not absolutely illegal. There's been a change in the authority, the leadership there. Those things needed to transpire immediately to address the problem at hand. The second step was the creation of the Whitening Task Force to look into these issues in depth in a way that we as a legislature could not do. And what we have before us today are the results of that task force work, which, to be frank, was complicated by the pandemic. It took longer than it might have otherwise because it was very hard to do their work. And we fully appreciate that. I do agree with you that we need to keep the pedal to the metal, so to speak, and make sure that as we arrive at consensus that things to be done, that we do not waste a minute to get those things implemented. For example, one of the sections of this bill talks about having DEMAS convene a working group to look at the PSRB, but they don't have to start that until 2023, and they don't have to report back to us until 2024. I'm willing to consider moving that up and making sure that they convene it immediately as upon passage, and that we have this conversation come next session. And if it is a matter of needing to act even before then, I would be glad to recommend to our leadership that a special session be convened for this purpose. So I agree with your commitment to a sense of urgency in fixing the problem, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that this is several points down the line already. We are making progress. It may seem slow, it may seem inadequate, but it's not for lack of trying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to emphasize, I wasn't trying to be critical, but I do want to raise the level of urgency. And one that comes to my mind, and I haven't looked at Finance Committee, but it strikes me as one that would generate almost universal support, is a new facility. I personally have gone through there. I was horrified as somebody visiting it. Imagine what it's like staying there or working there. And golly gee, you know, all you have to do is just walk through there once. And there's nobody who's going to say, this is unacceptable. We got to move on and do something else, because we're here, but they're there and they're living on a daily basis. And I just, I would expect and look for the legislature and the governor to really move quickly on this, because it's got to be a really draining, scary experience for everybody involved. So if you haven't visited, you'll go, and believe me, you'll be a different person when you walk out of there. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I think perhaps our greatest frustration is the fact that we know we need a new facility. The design and the condition of that facility are simply not appropriate for what we know how to treat people today. And the frustration is you can't do that overnight. We're appropriating hopefully $3 million for the design of a new facility, but we know that's going to take years. That can't be used as an excuse for not doing what we can do now to work on the people there and the people they serve. And that is our commitment. Seeing no further questions, I believe we are ready for a roll call vote, Madam Administrator.
Representative Steinberg,
Did you hear me? Representative Steinberg votes yes. Now we'll use the microphone. Okay.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott, Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Django,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell, Representative Cavers DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Clarice Dietrich,
Representative Kennedy, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Representative Legislature. Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Clarice Dietrich,
Representative Claire DeStitria votes yes.
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Parker, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon, Representative Terciak,
Representative Terciak votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Representative Elliott, Senator Haskell, Representative Parker, Representative Scanlon, Representative Elliott,
Elliott votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Steinberg, we can't hear you.
Was I supposed to be saying something? So I guess you're saying, Madam Administrator, that we have concluded with the roll call vote.
Yes, sir. I did say thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there you go. We will be holding votes open today until 4 p.m. unless anybody objects to that? I think that's a good course of action. Next up, we have Senate Bill 476. This is an act concerning the Office of Health Strategies recommendations regarding various revisions to community benefits programs administered by hospitals. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion? Moved by
Second.
Representative Bennett. Is that
Second.
by Senator Anwar, I hear? Seconded
Yes.
by Senator Anwar. This bill is the work of the Office of Health Strategy under Executive Director Vicki Veltri that we've been working on for years. One of the important expectations we have of the hospitals in our state is that they are invested in the communities they serve and are considering the various issues, the disparities, the challenges they face, and play an active and beneficial role in interacting with their communities and providing benefits. I want to thank Executive Director Veltri for the work she's done with consultation with the Connecticut Hospital Association and individual hospitals, because for a small state, we have tremendous diversity in the type of hospitals that we have. Some are part of large systems. Some are hospitals that are in more rural settings and are much more community oriented. This is intended to acknowledge those differences, but set reasonable expectations that every hospital has a role to play in addressing healthcare related issues in their community. The bill basically conforms to existing practice, but shifts the specific oversight responsibilities from the Office of the Healthcare Advocate to the Office of Health Strategy, OHS, which does seem appropriate. And I should add the Office of the Healthcare Advocate is in support of this change. It establishes periodic guidelines for hospitals to submit to OHS their community health needs assessments and related implementation strategies. It specifies several matters that the hospitals must include in this reporting, such as a description of how the hospital solicited and received input from the community. We want to make sure that there are good faith efforts going on. Requires hospitals to annually submit to the Office of Health Strategy a status report on their community benefit programs. Requires OHS to make data for the all payer claims database. For those who don't understand, that's kind of our main database that OHS uses to analyze aggregated data to look for issues in the community relating to healthcare. To use that database, make it available to hospitals for the purposes of preparing the hospital's community health needs assessment. In other words, give them the data they need to understand their own community's needs. And lastly, requires for-profit acute care hospitals to submit community benefit program reporting consistent with the bill's reporting schedule and reasonably similar to what they would be reporting on their filings to the IRS. And this distinction is important because, as in every state, there are for-profit and hospitals and not-for-profit hospitals, and their responsibilities legally are somewhat different. We want to make sure, regardless of the kind of facility we're talking about, they're fulfilling their obligations and are providing accountability in a fashion that really reflects their responsibility to their communities. No hospital will be exempt from those responsibilities. That's all I have to say. Are there questions or comments? Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is not in the bill, but I want to voice a really important point about this bill. It deals with community hospitals, and they know the community needs. My fear, my expectations are down the road, you're going to see maybe 3 very large health systems, and many of the community hospitals will disappear or be repurposed of what they were doing. I hope we keep that in mind going down the road, because legislation like this makes a lot of sense and gives people reassurance. So even though it's not in the bill, I do think it's extremely important for us to all be aware of what's occurring now, and I anticipate continuing. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other comments or questions. This is rather quiet for this committee, but why don't we proceed? I'm sorry, Representative McCarty, just under the gun.
No, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, but would you just comment on this bill itself that I believe in response to some of the hospital concern, if the report cannot be given in a time, that there is some flexibility to the hospitals. While I very much appreciate the intent of the bill, I just wanted to make that clear. And if you could confirm that the hospitals will have an opportunity that they can plead for additional time to get the reports in.
Thank you for the question, and good to see that you're looking up to snuff today, given we know that you've had your bout with COVID, and we appreciate your ability to participate even under those circumstances. We really appreciate that. To your point, yes, there is a certain assumption of flexibility built into this. It's not intended to be punitive, but it is intended to be rigorous. And the expectation is that every hospital will comply and attempt to do so on a timely basis. I believe Vicki Veltri in the Office of Health Strategy will exercise appropriate discretion in the event that there may be some complication to meeting specific reporting deadlines, but that the expectation of compliance will not be in any way compromised, and that understanding and forgiveness will be tempered by an expectation of compliance. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And thank you for your kind remarks. Thank you.
All righty then. Seeing no further comments, why don't we just go straight to a roll call vote?
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes. Senator Anwar votes yes.
thank you. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo.
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Thank you, I did not see. Thank you. Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott,
Representative Elliott votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Django,
Representative Django votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell, Representative Cavros DeGraw,
Representative Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Clarice Dietrich,
Representative Clarice Dietrich votes yes.
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Representative McCarthy,
All right. Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes. Senator Moore votes yes.
thank you. Representative Parker, Representative Ryan,
Senator Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon, Representative Tersiak,
Representative Tersiak votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Senator Haskell, Representative Parker, Representative Scanlon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Once again, we will be holding the votes open till 4 p.m. today. Next up on our agenda is Senate Bill 477, an act concerning the public health residents of the state. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Gilchrist, seconded by Representative Young, who I didn't actually say anything, but seemed to gesture vigorously. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Before we proceed with the discussion of this bill, I want to make one thing clear. You'll know that there are two bills on this agenda with similar aims. The next up is 5397, a House bill. It is our intention at this juncture. Am I in the wrong bill? Sorry about that. Can we withdraw the motion and the second on 477 so we can do 476 first?
You did 476, you just started to describe.
I haven't described 477 yet.
We just did a vote on 476.
Right.
Oh, then I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My fault.
Never mind. As I was saying, we have two bills before us which have similar aims. We are not planning to move forward with 5397, the House bill. We will be moving forward with 477, which is the bill we've just put into motion. Both bills intend to address the burgeoning but longstanding problem of gun violence in our communities. This state has responded in strong fashion to the tragedy of Sandy Hook, Newtown Sandy Hook. And I believe over a period of years since then have instituted some of the strongest and most appropriate gun reform bills in the entire country. We have been a leader in that sense. However, the tendency is to focus on the headline grabbing multiple fatality tragedies. And yet we have not done the same thing to address the systemic issues within our communities of gun violence that occurs every day. And in the aggregate takes many more lives than an individual event by a shooter. And it's high time that we do more than we've done to this point. The good news is there are any number of programs in the state of Connecticut that are addressing these problems, are deserving of acknowledgement and perhaps being scaled up to help others in the state. And most importantly, are evidence-based. They can provide true metrics on their success, which is really important to us. You know, we struggle as a legislature when we make investments in various programs intended to ameliorate issues we have in the state. And we are most confident that we're doing the right thing when we use an evidence-based approach, whereby the programs have clear, measurable objectives and can give us confidence that if we invest in them, they will indeed help us address the problem in ways large and small. This bill before us is a work in process, and it has elements in it which are not explicitly related to the issues of gun violence, but are intended to really accomplish two things. One is to focus on the issues in the community that we struggle to address, to focus on those that are evidence-based, and to fund them adequately so that they can do their good work or potentially even expand their good work. And that is truly what we're trying to accomplish here, is to not only acknowledge the programs, but to get them the funding necessary to make a difference in the community. Because it's going to take a whole variety of programs for us to address what is a systemic problem in our society, particularly here in the state of Connecticut. I want to thank from the outset Senator Moore on this committee, who has been working on this topic for a long time and has gone out of her way to engage members of the public, experts, leaders of these programs, but most importantly, the community itself, those who have been affected by it, those who are victims of it, those who are committed, as we are, to be part of the solution. Even though this is a work in process and there may be some issues with some of the language, I can't overstate the importance of doing something about this and doing something about it now. We were just talking about Whitening a moment ago, about how could this happen? How could we let it go on so long? I could use very similar language here. We have known about these problems for a long time, and we simply haven't done enough. So whether or not you're in absolute agreement about the specific remedies we seek here or the processes which we do it, I hope we can all agree that it's high time that we take significant strides forward in addressing the problem in our community. Representative Jenga, if you wouldn't mind muting yourself. Thank you. That's one of our, every meeting seems to have that opportunity. So without further ado, I'm sure that some of the specifics of this bill will come out in our debate today. I will yield to Representative Pettit for opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. My remarks are sort of before we get to the substance of the bill, and you indicated that there would only be one bill. So does that mean we're going to hold and not vote on 5397 and just vote on 477 today?
That is correct, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The epitome of brevity. Thank you. Next up, are there any? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have comments on the bill. Do we have to make a motion to move it, or do we just start our
I believe it's been
conversation?
moved and seconded,
it has.
so
I
you are within your
apologize.
rights to say anything you choose.
Great. Thank you. No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree. I think as I was talking about in the public hearing, we have major issues in the city with all kinds of violence, gun violence, domestic violence, all types of things. And there is not one person, I believe, on this committee that would disagree that something needs to be done in our cities. And I hope and pray that something will be done, quite honestly. But I also agree this is a much bigger issue than guns. It is really violence that is the crisis. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to offer an amendment, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I would like to offer LCO number 4148, an act concerning the public health of residents of the state. And basically what this amendment would do is broaden the violence, broaden the area of violence, not just to gun violence, because by no means am I belittling gun violence in our cities, but I think there is such a much bigger crisis than just guns. So with that, I make a motion to move this amendment forward.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Representative Zupkis, seconded by Representative Betts.
If I might, just to be technically correct, I believe Representative Zupkis had meant an amendment to LCO, not an amendment of 4148. So it's to the bill.
Why don't we ask Representative Zupkis
Yes.
precisely what she intends?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to LCO 4148, please.
I presume Representative Betts, you continue to second it with the change in the article.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do.
Thank you, Representative. If you'd like to proceed in terms of the specifics with regard to your amendment.
please, thank you. And with that, just another little technicality is that the Legislative Commissioner's Office is authorized to make any technical or conforming changes as may be necessary. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, again, I am not belittling gun violence whatsoever, but I do believe that violence needs to be expanded on a much broader scale. We are all here to save as many lives as we can, and it's every life is important. There are issues, there's domestic violence, child abuse, um, violence associated with drugs. There's a huge opioid crisis, as we know. Abuse of the IDD, people with intellectual and development disabilities community. When I was the ranking on children's, we had a huge discussion on animal abuse. And it has been known that people that abuse animals are very likely to be abusive as they get older. There's elder abuse. There's juvenile, right now, the juvenile crime, stealing cars with babies in the car, somebody ran over and killed a jogger. That is a huge issue. There are other acts of violence. And as a matter of fact, we got some information from CCMC, and I'll just read it for you. And you'll see that firearms is the least. There's maltreatment. In 2020, there were 160 issues. Bodily force, 820. Struck by or against blunt objects, 2,161. Sharp objects, 67. Thank God we didn't have any drowning, suffocation, or poisonings. And firearms were 49. And again, not belittling firearms, but there's huge issues. Just struck by, more people have died. Over 2,100 people struck by or against with blunt objects. That is a crisis. That is a huge issue. So with that, I do ask my colleagues, and I would like a roll call, to please think about, we have a lot of issues going on. In Waterbury, there were 2 kids waiting at a bus stop, and kids pulled up and beat them up, sitting at a bus stop in the morning, getting ready to go to school. These are horrific acts of violence. So I would like to and ask all of my colleagues here to expand really what we're talking about to get to the issue of violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Betts, followed by Senator Moore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If I could, through you, I'd like to ask the proponent of the amendment a couple of things.
Please proceed.
Representative, on the bottom of the amendment, there's been a request not only on this amendment, but on all amendments that are moving forward. Could you read that and include that in your motion to amend, please?
Thank you. I thought I did, but if I didn't, it does say the Legislative Commissioner's Office is authorized to make any technical or conforming changes as may be necessary. Is that what you mean, Representative Betts?
Yes, thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Chairman, at the request of LCO, if you could read the paragraph and then where it says gun, just say replace the one. This is to make sure it's legally going through the process.
Always good to observe the legalities. Please
Thank you,
proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Betts, for keeping me on track here. So this is an act concerning the public health of residents of the state. Strike lines 100 to 105 in their entirety and substitute the following in lieu thereof. Section 5, new, effective from passage, there is established a Commission on Violence Intervention and Prevention to coordinate the funding and implementation of evidence-based, evidence-informed, community-centric programs and strategies to reduce community violence in the state, including but not limited to gang-related violence, domestic violence, violence against the elderly, violence against children's violence against animals, violence against individuals with intellectual or development disabilities, and violence related to the carrying out of a hate crime. The commission shall be part of the legislative department. In line 103, 104, 118, 191, 192, 194, and 196 to strike the word gun to broaden it to violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the proponent of the amendment a question through you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis, you used the word belittling several times in your statement to ask why you're broadening this violence versus just gun. And I think by broadening it so you are belittling a specific incidence of gun violence that's taking place in many of our communities. Everything you've said about violence is correct. It exists every place. It comes many different forms. But what we're talking about today with the bill that I've tried to move forward through an advisory who did a lot of research, very specific on this topic. We are trying to address a problem in the urban centers that we're facing right now. And is it a crisis? I think we're all at a crisis with everything that's going on, but the bill, your recommendation is so broad. I don't even know how a commission could begin to address some of those issues. And they're also entwined in many, many places. I thought about the Whitening Institute conversation, and I don't know if you've ever been in a juvenile facility in Connecticut. When I walked through those doors, I felt death slapped me in the face in a place where there should be energy in our young people. We couldn't address that through Whitening because many of those kids that have been through that juvenile system could end up at Whitening. I think if we don't take this on as an individual subject, and if you want to create another bill to deal with each one of those subjects, I think each one of those deserves attention, each one. But the advisory committee that worked on this in statute, the Public Act 2135, had one outcome that they were looking for, and there were 5 components of that. I don't know where the research or any of the background is for what you've asked. And if you have something where we've had a public hearing on all those issues, I would really love to hear it. And I would ask my members of this committee to vote no on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Just following up on your comments, I want to acknowledge Representative Zupkis's valid statements about the breadth and the seriousness of violence issues in the state of Connecticut. In fact, as she describes, it touches on so many different aspects of public safety, public health. It touches all the basic shortcomings of how we treat people in our state. And I submit that's why the legislature exists, is to address these problems. And in fact, as we know, there have been efforts in this committee and other committees to address various aspects of exactly what Representative Zupkis describes. It is our responsibility, it's our obligation to address these things through legislation. And even though this legislature on occasion is prone to very large bills that intend to be comprehensive, I would agree with Senator Moore that the scope that Representative Zupkis proposes to achieve through this language is simply beyond both the ken and the capacity of a working group to accomplish in and of itself. And I would concur with Senator Moore that indeed we should be addressing all those things. And indeed, I know I and others would welcome the opportunity to address all the issues she describes that relate to violence via specific legislation that is intended to get to the root causes. And that's what we're trying to do here. But this bill is about specifically gun violence in our communities. And that's a large enough task without expanding it, and needs that kind of focus if we're going to make a difference. So at this juncture, I concur with Senator Moore that I do not support this amendment. Representative Terziak, followed by Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Terziak, we have, I believe, a point of order. Representative Zupkis discerned a question that was directed at her. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to go back to Representative Moore to make sure that's the case.
Of course not. That's what we should do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I did expect a response from Representative Zupkis on how that might be approached as a large societal issue.
Just to be clear, was the question rhetorical or intended for a response?
Intended for a response, sir.
Then absolutely, we will turn to Representative Zupkis. Thank you, Representative Terziak, for your patience. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Moore. And again, I will say I agree that gun violence is an issue in the cities. However, I cannot go back to a family that lost a loved one by getting run over by a car and saying, because of guns, you're not as important this time as someone that lost a loved one to a gun, or go to someone else and say, I'm sorry that your child got beat up and almost beat to death, but we're addressing gun violence at this time. So I can see how this would be easily. We do massive bills all the time that relate to all different things. And quite honestly, in this bill right here, we're addressing nursing home and living assistance and gun violence. So to say that it can't be done or this bill is specific for that reason, that's not true, because we're addressing another completely separate issue. And I can't see how they tie to each other in this piece of legislation. So all we would have to do is, there's police. If we can get police on this task force, we can get, if you look at who's on there, it's appointed by different folks from leadership. They can appoint someone from a different area to give input to this committee. And if it's going to fall in public health, the Department of Public Health, public violence is a public health issue. If we're saying just gun violence is a public health issue, it's violence in general. So again, I would encourage all of my colleagues to join in for everybody that is affected by violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't think Senator Moore or I or anybody else would suggest that anybody who is the victim of violence is less important than someone who has been subject to violence by a gun. I'm actually a little offended by the assumption that anybody would be putting it in that context. I do want to say that I would welcome and would support legislation that is intended to deal with the specific root causes of each of the things she mentions. But I will also say I think that gun violence is different. I have a hard time seeing the equivalence between somebody who is a victim of gun violence and somebody who's hit by a car. Every fatality matters, every life matters, but that's not what we're really trying to do here. This is a bill about gun violence. And I just want to be very clear on that point, that there are other forms of violence, there are other things we need to address in our society, but that is not this bill.
Mr. Chair, there was no intent to, for me, I did not intend to say that you or Senator Moore would think less of, that was not my intent. My intent is for someone who has lost someone, no matter what the case is, in a violent crime or an act of violence, to me, whether you lose somebody in a fire, if you lose somebody by gunfire, getting run over by a criminal, it's all the same. A life is still lost, and that's what I meant. Thank you.
I understand what you're saying, Representative. Representative Terziak, you're back on now, followed by Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Earlier this session, it was interesting listening to Senator Moore speak, because I'm reminded earlier this session, we dealt with an issue close to her heart and to mine. That's breast cancer. Nobody said that we should be talking about all cancers. Breast cancer isn't even the cancer that kills the most people. Nobody said we should be talking about women's health issues. There are a heck of a lot more women's health issues than just breast cancer. I have no trouble talking to somebody who lost a relative to ovarian cancer and saying, I'm sorry, without regretting that our breast cancer bill didn't also cover ovarian cancer. I think it would be sort of foolish to think that one bill will cover everything that we could possibly say is related. Should there be something else besides the main portion of the bill? I can like that or not like it. But if I don't like it, I don't think that adding even more things that are not subject to the primary reason for the bill is a solution. I think, in fact, that'll make it worse. So for people who can see the difference between supporting breast cancer is not, in fact, saying that other cancers don't matter. You can support breast cancer stuff without saying that the rest of women's health doesn't matter. For folks who can see a difference like that and recognize that we always tackle one piece of a problem or a couple, but seldom get to tackle everything that's related to that, please join me and vote no on this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gilchrist, followed by Representative Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question followed by some comments. So
Please proceed.
thank you. A question through you to the proponent of the amendment. How does your amendment to create a commission differ from the Office of Injury and Violence Prevention that's already housed under the Department of Public Health?
Representative Zepkis.
Thank you for that question. You know, if we are creating a council, a brand new council under public health that is going to deal with one issue of violence, we would have to hire, they would have to hire more staff if we're going to be, because I will be working on this for all these other issues. If we're creating something under the Department of Public Health, which this bill does, then that position should be overall all of violence, not just one specific thing.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I would disagree because there already is, as I mentioned, an Office of Injury and Violence Prevention, and it's my understanding that the bill before us would create a kind of a commission that would fall under that to be specific to community gun violence. And within that office, they do focus on other types of violence like the ones you've mentioned. If there's, but then I'll just go to comments. Is that fine?
Please proceed to
Okay,
comments.
thank you. So I'll reiterate what others have said. Having spent the majority of my professional life working on issues of violence, predominantly against women, sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, child abuse, we can always do more. But we do actually do quite a bit in this state. And we focus on those issues in a variety of venues, in a variety of line items in our state budget. Again, as someone though who would love to see all violence against women, men, and children, and in our state, we can do more. But this bill is focused on community gun violence because we have not done enough. I would say we haven't even really begun to scratch the surface, even though there are amazing individuals working on this issue tirelessly day in and day out. Just to give some statistics, across the United States, over half of gun homicide victims are Black men. And there is a higher risk of gun homicide amongst Black children than white children. In fact, gun violence is the leading cause of death for Black children. And in the statistics that my good colleague mentioned, she was mentioning death statistics, which are horrible. But what we heard at the public hearing and what we know to be true is that the trauma that our urban communities are experiencing go beyond gun deaths. It's the gun shootings. And we heard from one individual who'd been shot 5 times. In fact, if someone is shot by a gun who lives in an urban setting, the likelihood that they'll be shot again, I believe, is about 50%. And so this is a crisis that's taking place in our urban settings. And there are programs currently in operation who are trying to do their best to reduce gun violence, including group violence intervention, relationship-based street outreach, and hospital-based violence intervention. But our state has not invested in these programs. And so the intent of this bill is to focus our efforts to really be able to address community gun violence. It isn't pinning one type of violence against another. It's just saying that for far too long in the state of Connecticut, we have ignored community gun violence. I live in West Hartford. I love representing the people of West Hartford. But I know for a fact that the trajectory of my son is entirely different than the trajectory of my neighbors just 5 minutes away who live in Hartford. And that is enough for me to, I mean, there's so many other things, but that pushes me to want to do something so that the individuals living just a few blocks down from me who experience a completely different way of life because gun violence is a norm, if we can do anything to try and prevent that, we should. And that's what this bill is about. And so I would urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment.
Your Representative Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have a question to the proponent of the amendment through you and followed by some comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good representative, I want to thank you, ma'am, for bringing up a lot of thoughts about the different types of violence. And I agree that there are certainly instances and types of violence and everything that surrounds community violence that we need to absolutely look into. And I specifically want to thank you for mentioning adult sexual abuse. As you know, I am the chair of Children's. You were once ranking member of Children's. And we do have a series of bills that are intended to get to the root of adult sexual misconduct and sexual abuse towards children. And so, you know, and then there's also, you were talking about the different types of violence, and you specifically mentioned grief. And grief is absolutely included in 5001, which was just voted out of this committee, and SB2, which was also voted out of Children's. So given that information, thank you very much for bringing those things up. I wanted you to feel comfortable knowing that we are working on some of these issues that you brought up in your amendment. But I do have a question when you specifically mentioned the effects of blunt force trauma. And I'm trying to kind of put it together with what would ultimately be the end result of this council. And that's looking to determine ways to lessen the incidences of these crimes. So a question to the proponent through you, Mr. Chair, is exactly how would you envision any results based on your amendment of studying the incidences of blunt force trauma? How would something resulting from this be put into the community to reduce that crime? Through you.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Linehan, for all the work you're doing in your committee. I certainly don't have all the answers, but what I would do is put somebody from the Connecticut Children's Medical Center who has all of this information onto the council. They can give us the information of what is taking place. It's just like putting someone from gun violence or all of these other issues. They would come forth and research and find the data and give us the answers. I certainly don't know everything about everything. And if I had the answers on how to fix this, they would have been fixed 6 years ago. because I feel that strongly about it. And I do feel and hope and pray that all of this violence would somehow come to an end in the city. But I don't have the answer on how to stop blunt force trauma. I don't know how to stop somebody from picking up a hammer or a knife or whatever it may be to do that. We have a massive mental health bill, and a lot of these things probably have to do with mental health. God, I would hope that I had a friend whose son has mental health issues, got better, stopped taking his drugs, and on the golf course almost beat his father to death with a golf club. And so how do I know how to stop that? I don't. But putting people on this council that could have those maybe those answers, those suggestions would be what would work for me and help move us forward in the right direction. Possibly we need to change the name of the bill to gun violence in inner cities. That's what we're really striving to all do here. So that would be my answer. The other thing is, I'm not sure that I mentioned grief as an issue. However, I could imagine, hopefully none of us ever have to imagine that if we have this violence acted toward our loved ones, grief would be a major issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis. Back to you, Representative Linehan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative, for clarifying actually happened in your clarification is one that I recognize that many of us are saying that we have to focus on one issue, and focusing on this one issue doesn't necessarily mean that there is a lack of caring or importance attached to the other issues. And I firmly agree with that. But I also have to throw out that I believe that when we're looking at the issue of inner city gun violence, first of all, you suggested possibly changing it to inner city. I will say that we do share a town, Representative Zupkis and I, and we share Cheshire, and there has recently been gun violence within Cheshire, where one of my constituents were shot at during a crime, the commission of a crime. So I believe that it doesn't only affect inner cities. I believe that gun violence can absolutely affect everyone. However, when you were mentioning all of these things, and the reason why I asked specifically about how it would be envisioned to maybe work on an issue like blunt force trauma, which you had mentioned, is because the issues of community violence all intersect. And I don't believe that we need to change the direction of the bill to encompass everyone, because I think in many ways that it does. Community violence is a part of gun violence. Gun violence is a part of community violence. And I think that this bill, while it is absolutely focused on gun violence, because Representative Gilchrist, the good vice chairwoman, had said very appropriately that we've been ignoring it for years. But the fact of the matter is that when we work to help solve this problem, we may also get to the root of other problems, or at least begin a pathway on other issues of violence within our communities. So for that reason, among many others, I will not support the amendment today, but I would say that when this bill passes into law, which I fully support, that we will be seeing positive effects on community violence when the committee has had an opportunity to offer ways to stop community violence as a whole. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Representative Carpino, followed by Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes I'm amazed at the conversations we have in this committee. I want to thank Representative Zupkis for this amendment. Gun violence is real. Gun violence impacts far too many of our residents. And while maybe more so in Senator Moore's district, I don't want anyone to think that it is exclusive to our cities. I do believe that it impacts the entire state of Connecticut. We are a small state, and our residents see and hear things and feel things and experience things not exclusively on their zip code. So I hope that point is not lost in this conversation. And to Representative Zupkis's amendment, I thank her for that, because If gun violence were a simple problem, someone long before me would have solved it. And because it is so complex, and because it permeates so many parts of our society, I'm at a loss why we wouldn't support an amendment that recognizes gun violence and gang violence, particularly when she mentions the impact of domestic violence and hate crimes. If anyone wants to tell me that guns are not involved in those crimes, I'd love to have that conversation. So when we talk about the public health of our communities and a state as a whole, I stand in strong support of an amendment that is going to build on and increase and be far more inclusive to the problem. I guess I'm frustrated continually by the silos we set up. If we really want to solve problems, I don't understand why we wouldn't look at them holistically. This amendment, in my mind, and I'm just one of 151 members in the House, expands on the opportunity to solve violence in our community, is specific to include the matter that is very important to members of this committee. And I stand in strong support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pettit, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I support the amendment, and at the risk of speaking out of school, it's unfortunate this is once again been aligned as Democrats versus the Republicans. I think in our caucus, every Republican present was concerned about gun violence and didn't want to completely remove this, but wanted to say that the focus overall should be violence, what precipitates violence, what are the socioeconomic factors that are involved, what are the housing factors, what are the issues that cause people to be in those situations, whether there's a gun available, whether there's a bat available, whether there's a knife available, or just fists. So it's unfortunate it's been aligned that way. I think calling what's in a title, the Commission on Violence with a focus on guns, I think would be appropriate. And a correction, the statistics that the proponent of the amendment put forward, when I had asked Dr. Borup, who was testifier, unfortunately for him, like 1:47 that night at about 11:30 or midnight, about the causes they saw in the emergency room. That's when the next day Connecticut Children's Medical Center sent me the data. And it wasn't about deaths, it was about admissions and evaluations in the Connecticut Children's Emergency Department. And gun issues were number 4 on that list, behind blunt force, knives, and other issues. So it wasn't to not say that they weren't important, but that there were many others, log orders of magnitude higher in terms of affecting children. This is just children, and obviously this affects adults as well, but the focus on this question was children. So I stand in support of this amendment, and hopefully we can come together to support efforts against violence, which are multifactorial in causation. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers, followed by Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you. I would like to lend my support for this amendment and thank Representative Zupkis for bringing this to all of our attention. You know, I do believe that gun violence, primarily in the urban settings, although no one is immune to it, is definitely a focus that this legislature should put resources behind. There's absolutely no doubt. We heard that in the testimony. We've heard that from physicians that work at some of our city or urban hospitals, and there's no doubt of the trauma that is induced by someone who has either witnessed a shooting, been a victim of a shooting, or had a family member be involved with gun violence. I think the issue is that it is so narrow, and we are declaring just gun violence a public health crisis when we have learned and know that there are other forms of violence that are at a larger volume, that also induce trauma, that also are deserving of dedicated funding for them. And we are not declaring each one individually a public health crisis. Therefore, I feel very strongly that if we are going to declare a public health crisis, it should be broad. It should be the public health crisis is violence, and gun violence can have a very strong place underneath that general title, so that we are not giving the impression to citizens of the state of Connecticut that that is the only thing we are focusing on. And I think it's very, very important to recognize that a way of life in the cities is very different than it may be in other towns, and that children and families are exposed to gun violence. But I would just like to share with you a little different perspective on my town. One of the towns I represent has more guns than people, and they use guns as a way of life. They use guns to hunt. They don't have an issue with gun violence, but they definitely have issues with violence. And I will share a story of someone coming from the city that is riddled with gun violence in Hartford, who traveled to my community and murdered an entire family with a baseball bat and burned down their house over drugs. So there you have a situation of violence in a different way coming out of an area where there's gun violence, no guns used in this particular situation, but a whole family murdered with a baseball bat and also strangled. So that would be considered blunt force trauma. So when I met with the proponents of this bill, along with Dr. Pettit or Representative Pettit, one of the questions we had asked, that there's $5 million requested to be set aside for gun violence. And we had this conversation about other forms of violence. And it was recognized, yes, there are other forms of violence that are actually more prevalent than gun violence here in the state of Connecticut. But the way that the funding is supposed to work is that, there's this I guess, committee, and there will be grants to communities to stop gun violence or to work on ways to identify the root cause and to help prevent gun violence within the cities. But for the town like mine, that has, again, more guns than people, but a different type of violence, they are not eligible for any of the $5 million. And we do not set aside individual pockets of money for other types of violence that communities can apply to get grants for. We're not declaring blunt force trauma as a public health crisis. We're not declaring breast cancer as a public health crisis, but we are declaring gun violence a public health crisis. And I think that's one of the issues that we need to address. If we want to declare a public health crisis, I truly believe this amendment has the right intent, that we're declaring all violence a public health crisis, and that gun violence has a very prominent spot underneath that heading. And I think that's fair, and it does not take away from the importance of what we're seeing that needs to be addressed. And I know that Senator Moore has worked so tirelessly on, but it gives us a broader perspective, and it also allows other types of violence to also become a focus under the heading of a public health crisis. We have lost many people to gun violence. We have lost thousands to opiates. We have not declared the opiate epidemic necessarily as a public health crisis. So I think there are many ways that the idea of gun violence intersects other forms of violence, whether it's domestic violence, violence against children, animal abuse, etc. So I do believe a broader heading is in order here, and I fully support this amendment, which I do not believe takes away from the intent of focusing on gun violence in primarily in urban settings. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just to be clear, I want to make it clear for the benefit of Senator Summers and for everybody in the committee and in the public. Senate Bill 477 does not include a statement that makes gun violence a public health crisis. That is in the House Bill 5397, which is not before us today. So I just want to be clear on that point. 477 does not make that statement. And therefore, the conversation with regard to public health crisis may not be pertinent. I can understand how there may be some confusion, which is our responsibility having two bills out there. But 477 does not make that statement. Next up is Senator Moore, followed by Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go back to a statement from Representative Zupkus regarding her amendment and ask where, how much funding would be required to address this large societal issue of violence in Connecticut.
I'm sorry, Senator Moore. That was a question to Representative Zupkus. Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Zupkus?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Moore, for that question. That would be decided by appropriations, just as the mental health bill. When I asked the same question regarding the mental health bill, none of the commissioners could answer the question. And so that would be determined by the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Senator Zupkus. Back to you, Senator Moore.
So as a follow-up, Appropriations has already worked into their budget 2.5 and they're well beyond. The scope of what you're asking for, I would think would take much more money and a larger investment by the state of Connecticut to look at this. Another point that I'd like to make is we had public hearings on this specific issue. We have not had public hearings on all the things that you're seeking to put within the bill. My suggestion would be that we create an advisory or a task force to address those other issues. If there's interest in that, to do that, and to move forward with a bill focusing on just the gun. And I also heard someone mention about it falls about the gun violence in other cities and not just the urban centers. But we pay for this gun violence over and over again. We pay for it in healthcare. We pay for it in trauma. I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about theft of cars and all these things that are taking place in our community that's impacting the daily lives of all of us. And every time I hear that conversation about how do we address that, we haven't come up with a solution. We could take all the cars off the road and no one could drive and no one could steal one. If you follow that type of thought, that we're going to do everything at once. We've put together an advisory, and I'm really respectful of the time and effort, and that someone identified a problem, a specific problem that they believe they can tackle. And so the problem of violence in our community, all over the state, all over this country, is real. But I think if you don't focus on specific problems to try to move one out of the way or address them, we're never going to get anything done. We'll be following, it's like the cat chasing his tail over and over again. We'll be going in circles. I strongly believe that this gun violence task force that was put together is not the answer to everything, but they are the people on the ground who address the daily issues, to address the trauma that takes place, that plays out, that trauma could turn into that child who witnessed a shooting and the violent aftermath of being shot, that he leads them to someone else, that leads to some other crime. We're going to the root cause with these community organizations who deal with trauma, who deal with the hospitals, who deal with gangs. It all has this trickling effect on other things that happen in the community. And while I agree that with you on there are other problems. There are other places for those violence interventions to happen. I just believe, and this committee believes, and I don't think this committee would have come together just because they didn't care about other acts of violence, but very specific to places where it's taking place and impacting communities and having a negative impact on the future of our children. So once again, I cannot support your amendment. If you wanted to put together an advisory task force on violence, I would be welcoming everyone to join that task force. But for today and for this and for the amount of money we've tried to set aside on gun violence, I ask that we do not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Anwar, followed by Representative McCarthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to start by thanking Representative Zupkus for her amendment, but I would respectfully suggest a few things. One of them is that one of the rationales for the amendment has been that 477 is declaring gun violence as a public health crisis, which it is not. So the relevance of that reasoning does not even exist. So that's one reason not to have this. The second thing is that, look, we are all traumatized communities at this time because of all that has transpired in the last few years. This argument sounds very much like all violence matters. And just because we are talking about gun violence, it's almost like all lives matter when we're trying to address the lives of certain communities that have been impacted the most. So because of how it's been, it appears and it causes pain for me, and then I know many of my colleagues and the communities that are impacted as well. So I think that's important to keep in mind. And if I would draw your attention to the Gun Violence Intervention and Prevention Advisory Committee report that was published on the 30th of December 2021, it has 556 pages. I know, but these are very easy reads still. Many of these are graphs and information. You will see the rationale why this is needed, because the gun violence, whether it is in any part of the state, it is our families, our children, our community. We are one state. And I think there's an opportunity to fix this. There are people who are using minimal resources and fighting these battles and achieving success. And that's precisely why Senator Moore, and that was also Senator Moore's brainchild when that committee and the report was created. And now with this report in front of us that is showing us the path and showing results with evidence-based reasoning, this is more of a reason to keep moving in this direction and fix this. I know in the hearts of heart, each and every one of us wants to address this, but not at the cost of killing one project so that we can address and then create that. Then there's a logistical component. If we want to deal with each and every violence that is there, we will have 200 people in the committee. This is the definition of chaos and creating chaos by legislation. So I would again suggest that that's probably not a smart way to do with the limited resources that we have. And then the emotional issue that we have to look at is look at the fact that we just had a very robust conversation on Whitening Institute. How would you feel, or others feel, if I just put an amendment saying that, well, let's put it on every single psychiatric hospital, have the same apply to them, and then just derail the entire conversation when we are just laser focused on the solution and say, oh, we want it to be every psychiatric hospital. Are you saying that people in other psychiatric hospitals are less humans? How do I look at their pain and suffering and look at them in the eye and say, oh, well, Whitening matters and you do not? So that's not how we will be able to find solutions. So I want that. And finally, what do we go and tell the parents of the 3-year-old Randall Jones who died in Hartford in April of 2021? What are we going to say to them? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, we are sorry about your son's loss, but all violence matters, and therefore we will come to you when we fix all the other violences, and then we'll talk about the violence that is impacting your children, your neighbors, and the community at large. So again, pleading this amendment may have not been needed. I know you want to fix all the things, and sometimes you, as they say, if you want to eat an elephant, start one bite at a time, and that's the first bite that we will have to look at today. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. I want to make clear that any discussion of eating elephants is not a partisan issue here. Next up is Representative McCarty, followed by Representative Foster.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief, but I do speak in favor of the amendment only because I do believe that just focusing on gun violence alone is a little too narrow in scope. And if you look even at some of our other agencies, when they mention safety in the workplace, they may mention gun, but they also list other what they call dangerous instruments. So the reason I'm supporting the amendment is perhaps, and I've heard the argument, and Senator Anwar, not trying to create any chaos here. I think we're all focused on trying to prevent violence in our communities, and I'm 100% supportive of that and want to recognize Senator Moore for her outstanding work, and I agree with you. But I was just hoping that maybe if it's too far with the amendment, but if we could going forward, look at some of those other areas that we're talking about aside from guns, because I think they fit in very well to the research you're going to be collecting and the data to see if we couldn't prevent those crimes, and then also to be able to offer the mental health programs to the victims of the violence. I think it would go well, and it wouldn't broaden it out to that degree. So I think there should be room that we can going forward look to see what else we can do. It's more for equity in distributing some of that grant funding. And also, I think it would be much more efficacious that you wouldn't have to double those efforts again because they're very closely allied. So I would hope that you would be open to looking at, as we move this bill forward, that we could add those types of that go very much in harmony with the gun violence piece. So thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you for your comments, Representative McCarty. Yes, in terms of going forward, I think we all agree that all these issues need to be addressed. Representative Foster, followed by Representative Young, followed by Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I have really actually enjoyed hearing this debate back and forth on this topic. And I think that something that's important to highlight is that the spirit of this bill is something that is bipartisanly supported. And so I don't want to perpetuate that this is a partisan line of thinking, because I think similar to Senator Summers, though I don't actually have the statistic, there might be more guns in my district than people. Usually we say cows, more cows than people, but I think it might be the case. That is no longer the case, that we have more cows. But I have expertise in something that's called community participatory research. And the scaffolding for this committee, the framework in which it was shaped, really aligns, perhaps by design, with that framework, community-based participatory approach. And for those of folks on the committee who aren't aware, the idea of a community-based participatory approach is that in including community members who are likely to be negatively impacted by whatever problem you're solving, in my expertise, it would most likely be diabetes. But if you're working on a community problem, that by including those who are most likely to be victims, most likely to be part of the solution, working in that given community, and most likely have the skills and expertise and resources in that community to address the problem, that you'll have the best outcomes. So while I know in my community, suicide by gun is a large concern, something that I worry about. I have a neighbor who passed away by gun a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. Although I know that that's important, when I look at the makeup of this board, I know that the types of problems that can be addressed and the approach and solutions that they're going to solve are not meant to be superficial and broad, but robust and deep. And community-based participatory research is designed to do that. But I think what we have designed here is or what's designed in this bill is a committee that is meant to do that. And so, one, I think that this is excellent policy for addressing a specific narrow problem. And I think that sometimes we look for like blunt approaches when a scalpel would be appropriate for a surgical reference, not for a violence reference. I apologize. But I think that this problem warrants this kind of community approach. And I look forward to seeing this voted out of committee. I will be voting against the amendment, but I do want to say that wholeheartedly, I believe that if we do support the spirit of this bill, that this approach is an evidence-based approach way to address this specific problem. And so oftentimes we have bills meant to address one problem and not others. And in no way, shape, or form am I saying that I don't think that we should also work on suicide prevention by gun. I think that's really important, and we should also talk about that comprehensively. But when I look at the makeup of this committee, I think that it follows this community-based participatory approach that will really empower the committee to come up with solutions to address the problem. And so I commend the architects of the bill and will be voting against the amendment. But I really do thank everyone for the conversation, because I think it gives us ideas of what to do moving forward to address other types of community violence. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Representative Young, followed by Representative Betts, followed by Senator Summers for second, third time. I've lost track. Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this amendment is well intentioned, but I really don't think it's a great idea. I'll be very brief here, but I know in describing this that we've said a couple of times, it's been said a couple of times, I think that gun violence is like fourth on the list of different kind of offenses or different kind of problems out there in violence. The difference is if you get punched in the head, it's a little bit different than taking a gunshot in the head. A gunshot in the head puts it in a different category. I believe it has its own category. And that's why I really think that legislation like this is a good idea. We don't need to dilute it down to talk about just violence, but let's talk specifically about something that can really hurt people more than a punch can. That's why I think it is, deems its own category and should be done so, and we should vote down the amendment. To Senator Summers, I think it's kind of, it seems kind of funny that you've got more guns in your district than people, but it kind of reminds me of an old saying that Senator Phil Gramm used to say. He used to say, I've got more guns than I need, but not as many as I want. I don't know that I'd be proud of that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
A lot of interesting statements are made with regard to guns. Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too have been listening very closely to this debate. And I guess I'm a little confused because I think we're all on the same page. What I think the amendment does is it shows that we don't want to tolerate any kind of violence, or we want to focus on, is it spreading? Is it getting worse? What do we need to do? And that can change from time to time. We could be doing gun violence one time, we might be doing another one. But just adopting this amendment recognizes and identifies any victim who's been a victim of violence is important and matters. And if you put it in here in this bill, it's not saying that the state must do one particular thing. You could have somebody go and say, well, look, we're going to focus on putting money into gun violence. But at least you've adopted a law that acknowledges the different kinds of violence that exists. And to be honest with you, if I were a victim, I would really be upset, saying, well, why is gun violence more important than these other ones? So I actually think this amendment strengthens it. It shows we acknowledge there's more than one form of violence, and we don't want to tolerate any type of violence. And by doing that, you've defined what violence is. And whoever is in charge of this program, that person can start off with gun violence, but you're not ignoring all the other ones that we know exist. So that's why I'm confused. I think it strengthens the bill. I think it puts us in a better position to say to people, we know there's more than just gun violence, and we're not trying to leave anybody out. And whoever starts can say, well, look, we can't do them all at once. We'll start off with gun violence. There's been $5 million proposed in the budget to address that. That doesn't mean we're not going to identify, that doesn't mean we're not going address other forms of violence. But I find gun violence being too restrictive. I know intellectually there's so many different forms of violence. That's why I support the amendment. And that's why I think it strengthens the intent of this committee and what everybody wants to do. So I will be supporting, and I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Cabros DeGraw.
Yes, I just wanted to make a clarification. When I spoke previously, I spoke about a town that I represent that has more guns than people. It is a rural town that has no gun violence, even though there are more guns than people. Many of the folks there use their guns to hunt, to eat. And I was using that as an example that in a town that's rural, that has more guns than people, doesn't have gun violence, but it has other types of violence. And for the statement that was made previously by a representative, I am very proud to represent that town. And I did not appreciate you making fun of the town that I represent. I'm proud to represent those good people. And it was used particularly just as a highlight or an example of other types of violence that can occur even when guns are present. Thank you.
I apologize, Senator Summers. It was not meant against your town, anything against your town. It was more about guns than anything else. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to offend you.
And you're going to apologize for being out of order as well, Representative Young? Okay, there we go. Representative Cabros DeGraw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I am listening intently to the arguments both for and against the amendment, and I am going to be against it today. And I think that part of the reason in my mind, and this is perhaps overly simplistic, but bear with me, you know, we lowered the cost of insulin, right? And that's something that you have to use daily. But we didn't say go after all of the medications at the time that frankly are too expensive and that we need to lower the cost on. But then we've come back and we've looked at EpiPens or we've looked at other things. I think that we have many other organizations that are addressing many different kinds of violence. But I know in the towns that I represent, the concerns that they have when their cars are getting stolen is that the next step in the car getting stolen is that the person is going to have a gun. And then they will themselves be the victim of gun violence. And we are not just talking about that, of course. We are talking about the daily violence that we see in our cities that does visit trauma, not just on the person who is the immediate victim of that violence, but on their families, on the people who witness it, on the police officers who have to go to the scene of those crimes. It's a ripple effect. And I think that we are being a little simplistic if we don't acknowledge that gun violence is different from other violence. It just is. And at this time, I think that we do need to focus on something that we are continuing to see as a growing issue. And we need to focus on the communities in which that issue is the biggest. And there are a lot of issues that come before us that affect one district or another that, you know, may not be our district, but that we still need to move forward. Whiting's not in my district, but I'm very concerned about what happens there. So I think that we need to look at this as a much broader, you know, the broadness of not just our district and the limited focus of gun violence. So I will be a no today, but I do understand the concern about all of our folks and all of the violence that may be perpetrated against them. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I take your point. Honestly, I'm confused as well. Many of us express confusion. I'm just confused why it is so important to blur the distinction between gun violence and other violence. I don't think anyone here is suggesting there needs to be a hierarchy of badness, of problems with violence. I think we're all in agreement that we should be combating every aspect of violence in our communities. And indeed, I would encourage us, I would welcome this legislature, whether it's through this committee or any number of other committees of cognizance, that we seriously address the root causes of many of the problems that we see in our community. That's our job. But this bill is about gun violence. And it is not by any means intended to denigrate, minimize, or ignore other forms of violence, which should be addressed through appropriate targeted legislation. This bill is about gun violence. It is intended to focus on gun violence, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote down the amendment so we may return to that laser-like focus on something which we hope to do something about and not become distracted by other aspects of violence that are equally important, but can more appropriately be addressed through independent directed legislation. And with that, I think we are ready for a vote, Madam Administrator.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes no.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Senator Wong, Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes no.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes no.
Representative Betts,
I apologize. Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes no.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Elliott, Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes no.
Representative Django,
Representative Jenga votes no.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes no.
Representative Cavras DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes no.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Clarice Dietrich,
Representative Kennedy's trying to get on.
I didn't see you, Representative Kennedy.
I think she's frozen. Representative Clarice Dietrich votes yes.
Representative Linehan,
Representative Linehan votes no.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes no.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes no.
You wonder how Representative Tersiak votes?
Representative Tersiak,
Representative Tersiak votes no. Thank you very much.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Senator Wong, Representative Dauphiné, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Do we have a tally?
total voting nay 19, total voting yay 9.
The motion for an amendment fails. We now return to the underlying bill. Are there further questions or comments? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question and then a comment. My question is, in this bill, there's two separate issues, and I am curious as to, because we've been talking a lot about specific things, what does one have to do with the other? Why are they in the same bill?
Very good question, Representative Zupkis. I cannot speak as to the motivation behind this particular bill. If you would like, I could direct it to Senator Moore if she would choose to respond.
Thank you. I would, because we're talking about assisted living in nursing homes, and then we're also talking about gun violence. So thank you. I would.
I noticed that too. Senator Moore, would you choose to try to answer this question?
What was the, would you repeat the question, please?
Senator Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. My question is, we've been talking on my amendment about things being very specific. And my question to you is, Senator Moore, why is this bill, we have two completely separate issues, one relating to assisted living in nursing homes, and then the other is relating to gun violence. And I would like to know how they relate to each other being in the same bill.
Thank you for the question to you, Mr. Chair. Well, the title of the bill is an act concerning the public health of residents of the state. And we believe that the gun violence impacts public health.
Does that answer your question, Representative Zupkis?
It does. Thank you. And I guess my other comment is, this creates a council, if you will. And right now there already is a council on guns. And it seems to me that we're being duplicative if we have found that we have something in our system already that is studying gun violence. It must not have worked, because we've gone from attacking gun violence after the horrific Sandy Hook incident to now we're in a major crisis. So I hope again that this committee, and I don't believe it's been done, but before this goes any further, as the chair said, there are things that need a lot of work on. I hope that this will be looked at. What are we funding now? If there's some of these groups on this council that we're already funding, what are the success rates? What are the benchmarks? I just think that's extremely important to make sure that we are funding things that are working. And I am concerned this is somewhat duplicative in this section of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you for highlighting the fact that we want to assure that whatever dollars we can devote to this cause are spent wisely and efficiently. And that's why this bill emphasizes evidence-based programs and approaches, and in fact puts the onus of responsibility on those programs to demonstrate that they are indeed effective. And that is part and parcel of the entire process we hope to accomplish here. So it's quite appropriate that you focus on that. We know we will not have enough dollars to do the job, so every dollar must be employed as efficiently as we can. Excellent point. Representative Claridis Detria, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question may have to go through you to Senator Moore, but I'm curious, as a wife of a detective, I see these issues and these struggles every day that our police and our towns and cities go through. But why wasn't someone in the law enforcement community added to this task force, to this commission? Sorry.
Senator Moore, would you choose to respond to that question?
So these, I thank you for that question, and to you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to step back a moment. 2 years ago, through a public act, I was able to get some funding for a task force in Bridgeport and to look at gun violence, specifically in this area, to figure out what was going on. And we did include uh, the chief of police here and someone from the state that looked at gun violence. For what we've done for this bill is we brought in the people who were dealing with it from another perspective. There is this program, Project Longevity, that specifically looks at the relationship between law enforcement and gun violence. The organizations that that are part of this advisory, and we're expanding that group, and we could include someone on that, but it is more of the organizations that are not dealing with the police side of it, but are dealing with the community-based organizations of the trying to intervene, right? Not to say those other programs don't work through the police, they do. And I would not object to adding a member of the state police or anybody else to this advisory.
Okay, thank you, Senator Moore, for your answer. And I just think it adds another perspective that I think would help in this situation. And then also, I wouldn't be opposed to adding a member of CCDL to maybe do some education on guns that we've talked about many times before. So I'd like to know your thoughts on that as well, Senator.
Senator Moore.
Well, I would go back to the recommendations of the advisory who spent the time doing this work, right? And I agree to the police. I'm not sure about adding the CCDL because they don't do the prevention work that I know of, or the prevention work on the ground in the community-based organizations that were concerned with doing this work.
Okay, thank you. But CCDL does do education. And I think we talked about before that teaching our children at a young age about guns and starting with our younger children to see what guns can do. I just think they're a great organization that does a lot of great work educating young and old. But thank you, Senator Moore, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think there's an opportunity, should this bill make it out of committee, for that conversation about who should be on there. And I know Senator Moore welcomes that conversation. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Pettit.
Yes. So although I'm disappointed, the focus is not more broad as was provided in the amendment by Representative Zupkis. I do, and I think most of us believe that gun violence is definitely an issue, especially in some of our urban areas, although there's nobody that is not touched by it. I will be supporting this bill to get out of committee with the hopes that we can make some changes, whether it's adding the committee that Senator Moore spoke about to look at all violence, or to add a state police or law enforcement officer to the commission, as well as someone who is trained in education of firearms. It doesn't have to be somebody from the CCDL, but somebody who is trained in education, I think would also be an important balance to those committees, that commission. So I am, interested in trying to improve this bill in this particular section as it moves forward. So I will be supporting it out of committee with the understanding that if some of the changes are not addressed, then I will reserve the right to change my mind on the floor. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator. We all reserve the right to change our minds. Representative Pettit, followed by Representative Berger-Gervalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I essentially echo the points made by Representative Claire Desticci and Senator Summers. Would say the other thing that perhaps could be, if it gets out of committee with a Senate amendment, would be to ensure reportability and accountability to be sure that this is reported out to the Public Health Committee, the General Assembly in general, as well as the public. So I will support it out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Berger-Gervalo, followed by Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps it's my newness to the legislature, but I have a question that either the chair or perhaps Senator Moore might be able to answer for me. Is there an active gun violence prevention question council currently? Because my understanding is that councils are terminated after reports are delivered. Is that correct?
I
Thank
look to defer to Senator Moore, who has done a fair bit of background research on this.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. That advisory has not been active. We could not find any activity that's taken place in quite some time.
Representative.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification on that. I am going to be supporting this. This past year, gun homicides were the highest it's been in 25 years, with 118 homicides in Connecticut. Gun violence disproportionately affects communities of color. I don't think anybody here would argue that, but just the details that I needed to dig in on, I'm going to share for just a moment. Approximately 56% of the state's gun homicide victims are Black, but only 10% of the population is Black. I think that makes it very clear that we have a disproportionate gun violence problem. We have to invest in decreasing community gun violence using these evidence-based, community-focused strategies that we've discussed at length, and using a plan that will incorporate prevention, intervention, aftercare initiatives without contributing to mass incarceration. And we also need to consider that there is a tremendous economic cost to this, and a direct cost to taxpayers, which is upwards of approximately $90 million a year. This is something that we need to invest in, and it's something that is overdue, and that is why I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Moore, followed by Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond to Representative Petit's statement about evaluation, if I may.
Please proceed.
So, Representative Petit, I want you to know that evaluation is very important to me. What I've witnessed, both in my life as a nonprofit running a breast cancer program, is that many dollars come out. RFPs come out, people apply for them. But there's no evaluation to say, because they wrote a good proposal or because they've been in the community, that they're really making a difference on the outcomes. For myself, running a nonprofit that focused on African-American women who had the highest rate of mortality, it was important for me to be able to prove to the state, to Komen Foundation, to Avon Foundation, that the work that I was doing was important. And so we always knew that we had a benchmark of what was going on. Could I increase the amount of women to go get a mammogram one time? Yes. But can I get them to a point where they go every single year without me calling them? That was my benchmark, to go back in 3 years to say, did you get a mammogram every year, even though you only came to an education program once? That's a benchmark. That means to me that early detection makes a difference in women being diagnosed with breast cancer. I feel as though many programs are doing really great work on the ground in communities, in hospitals, but I don't think we've evaluated or assessed what works and what doesn't. It is my hope that we will have a really strong evaluation piece on any grant that goes on out, but we would also come back and say, okay, look, they cannot show where they're making a difference in this community. Maybe that's not one of the programs we fund. And I've witnessed it at least for the last 20 years, that we do fund things because it has a great name, they have a great grant writer, they have a great logo, but are they making the changes that need in the community? And that's why it was so important to me that we focused on not the judicial piece of this or the policing, but we focus on the communities who are doing the work in the community, who really understand and who know who's doing the good work on the ground. And many times it is not the big organization. Many times it's that grassroots mothers group who knows how to deal with the families with trauma, the groups who know how to go into the hospitals and keep another person from being shot because gangs are coming in or there's retaliation. I am a strong believer in evaluation for anything that we put money on. And I would hope that it would be one of the main things that the advisory looks at, being able to evaluate programs over 3 or 4 years to say, what difference did you really make to alleviate some of the gun violence that's happening in the community? So I wanted to make sure that you knew that that was important to the advisory and to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. I do want to thank Senator Moore for all of our work on this. I was disappointed to hear that the task force that had been created has not been working in any way in the last few years, it sounds like. So that was a little disappointed. I am also disappointed that the amendment didn't fail. You know, with every act of violence, there's always a gun involved. I get that, but I'm not going to go down that road again. We beat it to death. I do hope that a lot of the suggestions and all the dialogue that was made today will go into this bill. So I will be supporting this today to come out of committee with the hopes that a lot of work will go into it. And I look forward to the council that's being established, them getting to do the work that we need them to do to come together so we can finally sort this out. I think someone had said earlier, it's been many, many years and we haven't moved forward. So I say it's time to move forward now, and I will supporting this bill out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just very quickly, and I think this may be directed through you to Senator Moore. I'm not sure, but the concern I have as we look at this and we're looking at community centric programs and engaging the community and looking at all how to prevent violence in the community. We know that we had over 37,000 victims of domestic violence in 2020 and 14 homicides. And I'm just would like to have reassurance that as you look at the grant funding, and that goes out, that they would be included in that category because of some of the violence that occurred in those situations. So it's just really to get that assurance that this program would look out for those who are involved in the community. Through you, Mr. Chair.
For a response from Senator Moore?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Moore?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Representative McCarty, there are people who are sitting on this committee that address that. And one is the Mothers United Against Violence. It's not just gun violence. So if they are well represented on this committee, I can't tell you how the grants, I'm not trying to direct the money. That's not my role. My role is to move this bill forward, that we have this commission and that we have this advisory group directing the funds. And hopefully there'll be representatives on it that are looking at all of those issues that are a result of gun violence. Does that answer your question, Representative McCarty?
Representative McCarty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, to a degree. I would just hope that as this moves along and that those grant opportunities are established and go out, that we don't overlook a big portion of that community that is impacted by this type of violence. So I appreciate you mentioning that, and I understand that that will be at a later decision, but I'm just putting that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, this bill is going to probably go through some more changes, so there's opportunity for that discussion. Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. I'm going to be voting no on this because I think we missed the opportunity to strengthen this and make life easier, not only for ourselves, but for the victims. I still do not, and I've not heard any comment from anybody saying that we should not include other forms that are identified or related to violence. As I said before, this committee could start off with gun violence, but at least you've now given a definition of what violence is. And at the very least, I think we owe that to victims, whether they got killed by a baseball bat, whether they got killed in any number of different ways. But at least we're passing a law that says all violence is wrong. And I don't understand why that's not included here. And that's my reason for voting no. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I don't think anybody is saying that any form of murder or assault is not important. I will just say emphatically, because you said no one has said it before, this bill is about gun violence. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was happy to hear what you just said about this bill. It's probably going to go through more changes. I am voting no today. I'm voting no to flag it because hopefully it will go through more changes. I, more than anyone, hopes that this is solved in our communities. They're in dire needs. And again, whether it's gun violence or stabbings or whatever, bats, whatever the issue is. And I'm not going to reiterate my amendment, although I am disappointed that it did not pass. But so I'm going to flag this with high hopes that I will be proven wrong and that this really will get some work done on it and that it will get to the root of the problem, because that's the bottom line. We need to get to the root of the problem to be able to help solve it, make it better, but to save every single life. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just feel compelled to add, on the brink of the start of the baseball season, that I, for one, hope that bats are only used for balls. I don't see any further questions, so I believe we're ready for a roll call vote. Madam Administrator?
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong, Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott, Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Django,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Cavus DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Clarice Detrier,
Representative Claire DeStitria votes yes.
Representative Linehan,
Linehan votes yes.
Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Parker, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon, Representative Tersiak,
Representative Tersiak votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Young, I did not see you.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Senator Wong, Representative Dauphiné, Representative Parker, Representative Scanlon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Administrator, Representative Elliott votes yes.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, we will be holding the votes open until 4 p.m. today, which brings us to the final item on today's agenda. I know some people have been waiting for me to make that statement for weeks, if not months.
Could you repeat that statement, please?
Once more with feeling. This is the last item on our agenda and for likely this session, but don't provoke me. I'll make you come back on Friday. That was not a threat. And I should make clear that we are holding 5397. So that's why we're on the last item on the agenda. House Bill 5500, an act concerning the Department of Public Health's recommendations regarding various revisions to the public health statutes proposed action. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Young, seconded by?
Second.
By Senator Summers. Thank you so much. Well, this is one of our favorite bills as a committee because we always have it. Because not surprisingly, there are always revisions that need to be made to our statutes. Some of them reflect simply technical changes that will bring statutes into conformance and consistency. Language matters, and we want to make sure we get that right. Though sometimes our LCOs wonder if we could make that job easier by not changing things in a way that affect 100 different statutory references. But we also have some things that are various. They are indeed issues in and of themselves, but they are most suitable for being included in a various revisions bill. And this bill is no exception. And I'll just quickly review a few of the items that are included so people can understand just the variability we're talking about. One of these sections specifies the Department of Public Health, their minimum staffing level requirements for social workers in nursing homes be made proportionate to the number of residents, which seems to make sense. We have a section that allows us, the DPH, to waive certain regulatory requirements for clinical laboratories under some circumstances, and not intended to be vague. This is specific to some of the blood work that is done to enable subjects like plasmapheresis to take place in the state of Connecticut. It includes a section that requires DPH to study whether the state should adopt safe harbor legislation, allowing unlicensed alternative health care practitioners to provide certain alternative health care services, such as aromatherapy, energetic healing, herbology, or polarity therapy, without violating any laws on the unlicensed practice of medicine. The reason for something like this is to make sure that we support the good players out there and make sure that we have regulations that control the bad players out there. So that gives you a sense of the range of topics we talk about. And I will add, like so many bills we pass out of this committee, it is conceivably still a work in process. There may be things that we will include in it. We may actually combine it with other bills that have passed out of this committee for ease of passage. But I strongly support its passage because we do definitely need a general revisions bill. And with that, I see that I have absolutely emphatically made the statement necessary because nobody has any questions or comments. And I want that on the record as well. A great parting gift for this committee is that, as has often been said, everything has been said, but not everybody has said it. And in this case, there's no need to say it. We will move directly then to a roll call vote. Madam Administrator.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Did I not move it?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Madam Administrator? Oh, we did. Okay. You're testing my memory now, Representative Betts. Please proceed.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong, Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes yes.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott,
Representative Elliott votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Django,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Cavers DeGraw,
Votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Clarice Detrier,
Representative Clarice Detrier votes yes.
Representative Linehan,
Linehan votes yes.
Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes. Senator Moore votes yes.
thank you. Representative Parker, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon, Representative Tersiak, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Senator Wong, Representative Dauphiné, Representative Parker, Representative Scanlon, Representative Tersiak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator, for today's votes, but more importantly, for everything you've done for the committee. And I want to reiterate what was said by Senator Anwar at the outset of today's meeting. We have an amazing staff, which make this easier. If anybody would describe what we do as easy, I'm not so sure anybody in this committee would. But we are very fortunate. We are very blessed to have such excellent staff working on our behalf across the board. The work they do is not simply necessarily to support this committee, but they are also involved with other committee work as well. So many of the functions of this legislature are dependent on the staff of committees. Representative Betts, did you have a comment? Uh-oh. Please bear with us. Representative Betts has asked for a clarification on the point I just made. And by saying staff, I should be more explicit, not merely the staff you might meet in the public health area of the LOB, but our LCO lawyers, our Office of Legislative Research people, members of both partisan and nonpartisan staff who help us with policy work, and many of the functions that go unseen behind the scenes. Um, It is your government at work. We are the ones who get the face time and perhaps either the accolades or the blame, which may be appropriate. But so much of the good work is not only supported, it would not happen without the people who support this committee, and we cannot thank them enough. Nor are we letting them off the hook and saying that we're done with them, because as I said before, we have a lot of works in process that need to be polished before we can bring them to the floor. So I would not only thank our staff for the work they're yet to do, I want to thank this legislature, this committee, for having persevered through some very long hearings, more bills than virtually any other committee has chosen to take on, and suggest to them that if you believe in this legislation, I hope you'll join me in encouraging our leadership to call these bills on the floor. If there is any committee in this legislature that might assert unto itself the prerogative of being more front and center, more critical to the healing and recovery of the state of Connecticut, I submit it is the Public Health Committee. And therefore, I hope many of our bills, many consequential bills, are prioritized for votes on the floor of both chambers and are signed by the governor. And that's my promotional message to end with. Thank you all. We will keep votes open to 4 o'clock. We'll see you soon. We are in recess. And I get to use the gavel one more time.
Madam Administrator?
Yes, Representative Tarsiak.
Hi there. May I please vote on that last bill? I believe that's the only one I missed.
You are correct. How would you like to vote?
I'd like to vote yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bev, it's John Michael.
Representative Parker.
Bev, can you, I'm sorry to ask, can you let me know what bills I missed the votes for?
You missed the vote on item number 1, Senate Bill 450. That's CVH Whiting recommendations.
And were there others too? I'm going to take a minute to look at my notes one more time. I just wanted to make sure I had the
You missed
overview.
item number 2 as well.
Yep.
You missed item number 3. You voted on 4, on 5, on 4.
I think that was the amendment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you need to vote on the bill.
Okay, got it. So I have 4 votes to give you.
Yes.
Okay, if I could just have another couple minutes. I'm sorry. How long are the votes being held open for?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay, great. I'll be back in just a few, and I'll
Okay.
call you again. Thanks for your help, Bev.
You're welcome.
Hey, Bev, whenever you have a minute, I'm ready. Thank you.
Are you all set, Representative Parker?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you missed item number 1, Senate Bill 450.
I vote yes.
You missed item number 2, Senate Bill 476. How would you like to vote?
I vote yes.
Item number 3, Senate Bill 477.
Yes.
And item number 5, House Bill 5500.
I vote yes.
Thank you very much. And have a good afternoon.
Thanks so much, Bev. You too. Bye.
Bye.
So Delphine, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Very good. So,
Sorry, I know I missed. Thank you for reminding me. That was very thoughtful.
oh, no problem. Happy to. So we've got two bills for you here. The first one is SB 477, an act concerning the public health of residents of the state.
Yes, Rep. Daphne votes no.
Okay. And then we've got HB 5500, an act concerning the Department of Public Health's recommendations regarding various revisions to the public health statutes.
Can you just tell me if anybody voted no on that? I didn't, nothing flagged for me on that
So
one.
far,
So
nobody has voted no on that
nobody voted no?
at the moment.
Okay, Rep. Daphne votes yes.
All righty. And you're all set.
And then what about 5397? What happened to that one?
397 ended up being held. That one was not voted on.
Okay. Do we have another meeting or will that end it?
We're not expecting to at the moment, but you'll be
Okay.
notified if there is one.
Okay, thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hi, Senator Haskell, how are you?
Hey there, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Very good. So we've got not four, just two bills we're missing a vote from you on.
Yes, could you mind reminding me of the bills?
No problem. The first one is 450, an act concerning Connecticut Valley and Whitening Forensic Hospitals.
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
All right. The second one is SB 476, which is an act concerning the Office of Health Strategies recommendations regarding various revisions to community benefits programs administered by hospitals.
Senator Haskell votes in the affirmative.
All right. You're all set.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Hi, Senator Wong, how are you?
Hi, Dallas. How are you?
Pretty good.
Well,
got-
you know, when we sing the accolades of Beverly, it's well deserved, and we acknowledge you as well. Thank you for your good work.
I appreciate that very much. We got two bills here. First
So
one,
I did vote on Senate Bill 450, correct?
let me just check these right now and make totally certain. Yes, we got your votes on 450 and 476. So we still need 477, that concerning the public health of residents of the state.
I am a yay.
Very good. And we have HB 5500, an act concerning the Department of Public Health's recommendations regarding various revisions to the public health statutes.
On House Bill number 5500, a yay.
Very good. You're all set.
And we held and did not vote on 5397, correct?
Yes, that is true.
Can you update me on the amendments that were raised and how they,
Sure, give me one moment.
thank you.
So we had one amendment. It was raised by Representative Zupkis. I believe the vote was 19 nay, 11 yay. Let me just verify that. Sorry, 9 nay. Sorry, 9 yay, it appears. And
So the bill was not voted on, and
so
okay,
the amendment was so the amendment to Bill 477 was voted on. The vote was 19 against, 9 in favor.
okay. And if I may, the vote total for 477 was,
Vote total for 477 as it currently stands, because we're still missing 2 votes. But it is 27 yay, 3 nay currently.
well, great, Dallas. Thank you very, very much. We had multiple events, and it's still ongoing public hearing in finance as well. So I appreciate the chairs holding the vote till 4 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Glad to have you stop by. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.